Chapter 65. After leaving the wooden puppet array, Yi Xian went to the alchemy hall and exchanged for 27,000-year-old blood ginsengs. My physique is strong. Exchanging for blood ginsengs should not arouse other people's imagination. Yi Xian took the 27 blood ginsengs back to his room and swallowed them. When he broke through to the early stage of the 8th realm, he swallowed 30 million and 20 million taels worth of items. Now that he had more than 50 million taels, he should be able to break through. However, these items that were worth 1 million taels of gold were not enough for him to break through. Damn, are you kidding me? 1 million taels of gold is not enough for me to break through to the next level? My God, how hard is it to break through to the next level? Yi Xian was helpless. He felt that he was on the verge of breaking through, but he estimated that he was just a little bit away from breaking through to the next level. Forget it, I'll go see where I can earn points tomorrow. At most, I'll just go down the mountain and kill some demonic beasts. Yi Xian shook his head. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. He found a recliner and lay down outside his wooden house with his arms bared. After coming to this world, he had not seen the night sky properly. The night breeze blew on Yi Xian's body, making him feel a little drowsy. Huff huff. Just as Yi Xian was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard the sound of the wind and opened his eyes wide. Pa pa. Stormy thundersteps. Yi Xian instantly flashed a few meters away. When he reacted, he found that his recliner had been cut in half. Not far away, a figure slowly walked over. With the help of the moonlight, Yi Xian saw the person clearly. It was actually Senior Sister Guan. Just as Yi Xian was about to ask why Senior Sister Guan sneaked an attack on him, Senior Sister Guan said, "Put on your clothes properly." At this time, Yi Xian finally realized that he was half naked. Immediately, he picked up his clothes and put them on. Then, he said somewhat angrily, "Senior Guan, I respect you as a senior sister, so I called you that, but you sneak attacked your junior brother without saying anything. Isn't that a little inappropriate?" Humph. Senior Apprentice Sister Guan didn't reply and went straight back to her little wooden hut. Yi Xian was also helpless. What was wrong with Senior Sister Guan? He simply couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand. This Senior Martial Sister Guan seems to be a clean freak, but there are so many leaves and insects in the bamboo forest. Can't she live just fine? Moreover, they want people to dress up neatly. It's obvious that they have mental illness. Yi Xian thought to himself as he shook his head helplessly. Up until now, he didn't even know Senior Sister Guan's name. He only knew that her surname was Guan. He was thinking that he had to find out more about this tomorrow so that he wouldn't be accidentally killed by Senior Martial Sister Guan in the future. This was Yi Xian's first night in the Shattered Cloud sect. However, on this day, Yi Xian had shaken the Shattered Cloud sect. When the next day arrived, Yi Xian woke up early. He had always been thinking about his cultivation level. As long as he worked a little harder, he would be able to break through to the mid-8th stage of the martial path. Although he didn't have many points left, he still went to the alchemy hall and used 5 points to ask the deacon of the alchemy hall to reveal some information. After the deacon's explanation, Yi Xian found out that Senior Martial Sister Guan was called Guan Yulan and was adopted by the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect. Guan Yulan was originally the child of an ordinary farmer. However, when she was 7 years old, her entire family was killed by a hooligan. After that, the hooligan even wanted to rape her. Fortunately, the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect happened to pass by and saved her. He then brought her back to the Shattered Cloud sect. That incident left a deep shadow in her heart. Therefore, she wasn't a clean freak. She just hated those who had the temperament of a hooligan. A few years ago, when the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect went out, he entrusted Guan Yulan to the vice sect master Zhouzong. Therefore, Guan Yulan lived in the bamboo forest. After listening to the story, Yi Xian finally understood. However, he felt very wronged because he wasn't a hooligan. He just wanted to go to the Shattered Cloud sect as soon as possible. Junior Martial Brother, don't tell anyone that I told you this. Not many people know about this. The deacon of the alchemy hall called Wang Tao whispered, "Senior Martial Brother, do I look like a talkative person?" "Don't worry." Yi Xian smiled and asked, "By the way, Senior Martial Brother, Do you know how to get points? Points? Apart from the wooden dummy area, you have to go to the training hall to accept some training missions. Wang Tao said, Training missions? I understand. Thank you, senior martial brother. Yi Xian said and directly left the alchemy hall. Wang Tao was also smiling from ear to ear. After chatting for a while, he actually got 5 points. That was 50,000 taels of silver. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. This Yi Xian was so generous. He was worthy of being a dragon among men. In the future, he would definitely achieve great things. After leaving the alchemy hall, Yi Xian also walked towards the training hall. He was still 10 to 20 million taels away from breaking through. His master had also disappeared after accepting him. So he could only do it himself. He arrived at the training hall. As soon as he entered, he became the center of attention. He ignored the gazes of the people around him and began to look for missions. The missions of the Shattering Cloud sect were also graded. A rank 4 mission required a martial artist of the 4th stage of the martial path. Of course, the number of martial artists was not fixed. Yi Xian was now in the 8th stage of the martial path. Logically speaking, he should be able to accept a rank 8 mission. Unfortunately, there were no rank 8 missions in the Shattering Cloud sect. In desperation, he could only accept a rank 7 mission. Eliminate the Blackwater Mountain stronghold and bring back the head of the Mountain King, Chao Hu. Chao Hu's strength is at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. Rank 7 mission reward is 600 points. 600 points is equivalent to 6 million taels of silver. However, this is a mountain bandit den. There must be a lot of good things inside. It should be able to help me break through. I'll accept it. Yi Xian made his decision and directly accepted the mission. Blackwater Mountain was some distance away from the Shattering Cloud sect. However, there was another reason why Yi Xian accepted it. Blackwater Mountain was only a few days' journey from Lianyun City. After completing the mission, he could return to Lianyun City to take a look. However, just as he was about to leave the training hall, 3 people suddenly walked in. Coincidentally, these 3 people were Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Ning, and Guan Yulan. You again? Senior Brother Ning's eyes widened. Oh, so it's Senior Brother. I wonder if Senior Brother still thinks that I'm an imposter? Yi Xian asked with a faint smile. Yesterday, when Senior Brother Ning and Senior Brother Lu returned, they asked many people. As it turned out, when they went down the mountain with Guan Yulan to buy things, Yi Xian caused a ruckus in the inner sect of the Shattering Cloud sect. Then, he was accepted as a disciple by the Vice Sect Master. Chapter 66. Senior Martial Brother, you're also here to take the experiential mission, right? Please. Yi Xian smiled and stepped aside. At the same time, he glanced at Guan Yulan from the corner of his eyes. Humph. Senior Martial Brother Ning ignored Yi Xian and walked straight ahead. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave the experiential hall, a cry of surprise came from inside. Why you took the Blackwater Mountains mission? Senior Martial Brother Ning chased after him. Yi Xian was startled, then laughed mischievously. That's right. Could it be that Senior Martial Brother Ning also wanted to take it? I'm sorry, but I didn't know. If I didn't give it up, I would have definitely given it to Senior Martial Brother Ning. Give it up, Senior Martial Brother Ning said, hot-headed. Senior Martial Brother, I remember that there's a rule in the Shattering Cloud sect. When accepting a mission, there's a first-come first-served basis. Since this mission was accepted by me, it's mine. Senior Martial Brother, you can only accept other missions. Yi Xian shrugged. That's a bandit nest. Can you complete it alone? Senior Martial Brother Lu walked over. Then I won't trouble Senior Martial Brother. If Senior Martial Brother and Senior Martial Sister are interested, Junior Martial Brother can consider letting you join. However, the rewards will be split 70-30. How about it? Yi Xian suddenly revealed a crafty expression. 70 for us, 30 for you? Senior Martial Brother Ning blurted out. However, in the next moment he almost spat out blood in anger. No, I'll take 70, you guys take 30. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't go too far. Although you're strong, you're only one person. That bandit nest has at least several hundred people. Can you handle them all? Senior Marshal Brother Lu scolded. That's none of your business, Senior Marshal Brother. In any case, I've already given my points as a guarantee. If Senior Marshal Brother doesn't have anything else to say, then Junior Marshal Brother will take his leave. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the three of them, then turned and left. He was just saying it casually. He could destroy that bandit nest by himself. Why would he need 3 more burdens? However, he had only taken a few steps when Senior Marshal Brother Lu shouted, 50-50, we'll join. Yi Xian paused and thought to himself, you really have the guts to ask for it. 50-50? I can take care of the 3 of you single-handedly, and you still want to talk about 50-50? But at this time, a strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind. There were still plenty of 7th-rank missions in the Hall of Experience. Why did the 3 of them have to accept this mission to eradicate a bandit lair? Could it be that they were eyeing the huge profits in the bandit's lair? That's not right. Senior Apprentice Brother Lu looks a little too nervous. It's just a mission. Could it be that there's another reason? Yi Xian frowned. He now knew that this Senior Apprentice Brother Lu was called Lu Buping, the grandson of the Shattering Cloud Sect's Elder Lu. That Senior Apprentice Brother Ning was called Ning Chuan, the son of a Shattering Cloud Sect's instructor. They might have some unspeakable secrets. Oh, are you sure you want to join Senior Marshal Brother Lu? Yi Xian asked curiously. That's right. Lu Buping nodded. Yi Xian secretly glanced at Ning Chuan and Guan Yulan and asked again, 50-50? I'll take 50%? Yes. Lu Buping nodded again, but he was thinking in his heart, F***CK, you're just a little stronger. What are you pretending for? If you fall into my hands, I'll definitely kill you. Oh, that's fine. Junior Apprentice Brother Lu, I also feel that I'm not enough. I welcome Senior Apprentice Brother Lu to join. Yi Xian immediately changed his expression. The speed of his change shocked Lu Buping and the others. Yi Xian alone took 50%, and the 3 of them together only took 50%. It would be strange if they didn't have ulterior motives. However, just as Yi Xian thought, Lu Buping and the others did indeed have other things to do at Blackwater Mountain. Now that Yi Xian had accepted the mission of Blackwater Mountain's bandit lair, they could only thicken their faces and join. Otherwise, if they followed Yi Xian and were accidentally discovered by Yi Xian, it would be hard for them to explain. And now, the 3 of them joined Yi Xian. After the mission was completed, Yi Xian would return to the Shattering Cloud sect alone. TSK, do you really think I'm a fool? I beat you so badly, and you still want to join my team. Even a fool can guess my ulterior motives. Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, he didn't know why Lu Buping and the others were going to Blackwater Mountain. At that moment, Yi Xian followed Lu Buping and the others and left the Shattering Cloud sect. Along the way, Yi Xian also found something strange. That was, the relationship between Guan Yulan, Lu Buping, and Ning Chuan was not very good. There was some distance between the horses of the 2 parties. Of course, Yi Xian and the other 2 parties were the same. Senior Apprentice Brother Lu, what should we do? Ning Chuan took advantage of the break and asked softly, let's eliminate the Blackwater Mountain bandit lair first. Then, on the way back, we'll find an excuse to leave. Lu Buping replied, but can we really do it with just the 3 of us? No problem. Grandfather gave me a bottle of special poison. That thing is weak after giving birth. With this bottle of special poison, the 3 of us can deal with it. Lu Buping and Ning Chuan were whispering to each other. Yi Xian also wanted to listen, but unfortunately, he didn't have a good ear. That Guan Yulan doesn't seem to have a very good relationship with the 2 of them. She should have been called over to help. TSK, just what is it that can make these 3 talented students of the Shattering Cloud sect form a team? Yi Xian was also a little curious. For the rest of the journey, they traveled very quickly. In less than 3 days, they had already arrived at the foot of Blackwater Mountain. Junior Apprentice Brother, this group of Blackwater Mountain bandits have done all kinds of evil. They have brought a lot of trouble to the surrounding cities. So, when we go up the mountain, you can't show mercy. When they were about to go up the mountain to eliminate the Blackwater Mountain stronghold, Lu Buping also said, Senior Apprentice Brother, please don't worry. I won't show mercy, Yi Xian said slowly. At the same time, there was a sentence in his heart that he didn't say out loud. That was, I will beat you harder than when I beat you. Very good. Then, let's go up the mountain and eliminate this bandit nest. Lu Buping nodded and then pulled out his long sword. The few of them were the elites of the Shattering Cloud sect. Dealing with a bandit nest was not a problem. When they arrived at the mountainside, they encountered a few bare-chested bandits. Show! Without waiting for Lu Buping to open his mouth, there was a beautiful white figure that swept out, instantly beheading these few mountain bandits under the sword. Junior apprentice Sister Guan is indeed powerful, Lu Buping praised. Although Guan Yulan was a woman, her strength was still above Lu Buping. She was ranked 5th in the inner sect. Now that he knew that Guan Yulan encountered Yi Xian, he was relatively calm. Bandits were a more despicable profession than hooligans. The 4 of them moved very quickly. The bandits on the road were all killed by Guan Yulan. Her actions were very swift. Yi Xian, who was walking at the back, was also doing some petty things. That was to devour the things on the bandits, such as weapons and elixirs. Chapter 67. Senior brother Lu, this kid is very strong. Why don't we? Ning Chuan, who was walking in front, asked softly. No need. The 3 of us can deal with that thing. Why should we add one more person? Lu Buping shook his head slightly. Ning Chuan was still a little worried. But that's a spirit beast. Moreover, this kid's strength is comparable to senior brother Zhong's. With him at the front, we'll be safe. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Lu Buping shook his head again. He then turned around and asked, Junior brother? What are you doing behind us? Oh, I'll be right there. Yi Xian was so scared that he quickly shouted. He immediately stopped the devouring. If they found out about the devouring ability, they would definitely mistake it for a Chen Kuan ring. At that time, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. However, after seeing Lu Buping's attitude, Yi Xian was even more convinced that the 3 of them must have some kind of plan. I've already beaten them to such a state, yet they still followed me with a thick face. It's too fake. TSK, TSK, TSK. Don't tell me this black water mountain has some kind of treasure? Yi Xian fantasized in his heart. If he could find an ancient site, he would be rich. There were quite a number of black water mountain bandits. Along the way, they had already killed dozens of them. Most of them were killed by Guan Yulan. As for Yi Xian, he was walking at the back. From time to time, he would complain that these bandits were all poor bastards. Outsiders are coming up the mountain. When the 4 of them were halfway up the mountain, a shout suddenly came from the forest. Then, dozens of people suddenly appeared. Finally, some strong people came. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The bandits that Guan Yulan and the other 2 had killed were all weaklings. They were not even at the 6th rank of the martial path. But now, there were quite a number of people who were at the 6th rank of the martial path. There were even some who were at the 7th rank. Who are you? The leader was a bald man. He was carrying a bloodied broadsword. However, before he could finish his words, Guan Yulan rushed over and killed him in an instant. He did not even have time to react. This bitch killed the 3rd master. Kill her. The crowd suddenly became excited. They held their weapons and rushed towards Guan Yulan. Junior brother. Let's go. Lu Buping gave a low shout and also charged up together with Ning Chuan. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out the cloud splitter bow from his devouring space and fired. Chaotic star arrow. Swish! Swish! Dozens of arrows shot out, and in the blink of an eye, a large group of bandits fell. What? Lu Buping and the other 2 were also shocked. Who had launched this attack? When they turned around, they saw Yi Xian walking towards them with his bow in hand. Swish! An arrow brushed past Lu Buping's shoulder, piercing through the head of a mountain bandit. Senior apprentice brother Lu, you can't be distracted in battle. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death, Yi Xian said with a half-smile. Cold sweat appeared on Lu Buping's forehead. As he killed the enemy, he asked, Where did you get this bow? I picked it up on the road, Yi Xian replied slowly. Fortunately, the cloud splitter bow looked very ordinary. It looked like a low-grade mortal weapon, so Lu Buping didn't pay much attention to it. What he was surprised about was that Yi Xian, in addition to his shocking strength, was also proficient in archery. One shot of the chaotic star arrow could kill at least 4 enemies. Sometimes it could even kill 5 or 6. After a few rounds, the dozens of bandits were almost all dead. Guan Yulan and the other 2 were also shocked. They originally thought that Yi Xian didn't use weapons, but they didn't expect him to be proficient in archery. No wonder he dared to accept the mission of MT Blackwater alone. Junior apprentice brother is very strong. Lu Buping revealed a fake smile, but he was hesitating in his heart. In this mission, if they had Yi Xian's help, then their safety would increase by a lot. However, with one more person, it meant that they would have less points than before. Most importantly, Yi Xian had beaten them up before. Thank you for your praise, senior apprentice brother. Yi Xian smiled slightly and slowly followed. There were quite a few bandits in MT Blackwater. When Yi Xian and the other 3 arrived at the peak, they had already killed hundreds of bandits. However, there were still 200 to 300 bandits waiting for them at the peak. When they were killing the bandits, the news had already spread to the peak. At this time, MT Blackwater's first master and second master, 2 martial artists at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path, had already walked out under the protection of a group of experts. The 4 of you should be disciples of the Shattering Cloud sect. My MT Blackwater and your Shattering Cloud sect have never interfered with each other, and we have never entered your territory. Why are you looking for trouble with my MT Blackwater? The one who spoke was a bald man. He was MT Blackwater's first master, Chao Hu. Chao Hu, you have done all kinds of evil. Today, we are here to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Lu Buping walked out. Such big words. Since it is so, then we have nothing to say. Go, whoever kills him will be rewarded with a mid-grade mortal weapon. Chao Hu directly ordered. Kill! As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of bandits rushed up. These bandits were all martial artists from the 4th stage to the 6th stage of the martial path. Only a few of them were at the 7th stage of the martial path. Although their strength was not strong, they had the advantage in numbers. With so many people attacking, even a martial artist at the 8th stage of the martial path would have to retreat. Not good, retreat! Lu Buping hurriedly shouted and led Guan Yulan and the other 2 to retreat. However, at this time, a figure burst out, nimbly dodging those attacks and directly killing into the crowd. Yi Xian! Die! Yi Xian roared. He picked up a long sword and began to cut through the thorns and hemp, killing whoever he saw. Although the sword in his hand was only a low-grade mortal weapon, he was at the 8th stage of the martial path. The strength of his spiritual energy was extremely strong. With a casual slash, he could cut a person in half. The 100 Beasts bloodline, Windchaser bloodline, and the 7th stage martial art, the Netherworld steps, made his speed unmatched. No one could catch sight of his figure. Soul-chasing slash. Die for me! Suddenly, Yi Xian raised the long sword in his hand and slashed out a huge slash. This was one of the moves of the 8th stage soul-chasing swordsmanship, the soul-chasing slash. Moreover, Yi Xian also condensed a large amount of spiritual energy. Ah! Everyone be careful! Quickly dodge! Screams and cries of agony rang out continuously. This soul-chasing slash was like a sharp knife that split the crowd into 2. The huge slash broke through the air and swept out more than 10 meters, killing 20 to 30 bandits. At this time, no one dared to approach Yi Xian. They all watched from the periphery. Lu Buping and the other 2 also watched in horror. Chapter 68. Then, should we go in or not? Ning Chuan asked somewhat timidly. Go in for what? Let him attract the attention. Our strength is not enough. If we go in, I'm afraid we will be injured by so many attacks and even die inside, Lu Buping said as he also sent out slashes, killing those mountain bandits in the periphery. Although they were only 4 people and there were hundreds of mountain bandits, there were not many who could really get close to them. Under the situation where the difference in realms was too great, the human wave tactic was also useless. And while these mountain bandits were in shock, Yi Xian suddenly slashed out a few soul-chasing slashes. This time it was a horizontal slash. These slashes were so fast that the mountain bandits did not even have time to react before they were cut in half at the waist. Seeing a large number of his brothers die tragically in an instant, Chao Hu's face was also extremely gloomy. 3 slashes actually killed close to 100 mountain bandits. If it happened a few more times, wouldn't they all die? Second brother. Follow me to kill him. Chao Hu picked up the 2 round hammers beside him and walked out. Yes, big brother. Blackwater Mountain's second head could not sit still long ago, carrying a large axe and following out. Is the main character finally coming? Yi Xian glanced from the corner of his eyes, watching the 2 people slowly walk out. Chao Hu held the dual hammers in his hands and said coldly, Brat, your purpose for coming to my Blackwater Mountain this time should not be so simple, right? I'm guessing that you guys should be here for that spirit beast. Not good. Just as Chao Hu's voice fell, the expression of Lu booping outside changed. However, there were so many mountain bandits surrounding at this time. He could not enter at all, let alone kill this Chao Hu. Yi Xian, who was inside, also revealed a happy expression when he heard Chao Hu's words. It seemed that the leader of the Blackwater tribe knew something. First head, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? Yi Xian pretended to ask, but his heart was already exploding. F***CK. Spirit beast? Stop pretending. I know that you guys came for that Blackwater flood dragon. Chao Hu snorted coldly. Black water dragon. After hearing this name, Yi Xian trembled slightly. Chao Hu had just said that there was a spirit beast in empty Blackwater. It seemed to be this Blackwater dragon. First Master, are you sure you're not wrong? You have a Blackwater flood dragon in this Blackwater Mountain? Yi Xian asked in disbelief. Kid, you don't have to pretend anymore. However, even if the Blackwater dragon is in its weakened state, it's still not something you guys can handle. If you know what's good for you, then leave. I won't hold it against you for killing so many of my brothers. Chao Hu said slowly. He had known about this for a long time, and it was his subordinate who had accidentally spread the news. Blackwater Mountain was only a small force. Facing a colossus like the Shattering Cloud sect, they wouldn't have any ability to resist. Therefore, Chao Hu wanted to send Yi Xian and the others away before moving the entire stronghold to another place. Haha, First Master, you must be joking. I killed hundreds of your brothers. Will you let us go? Yi Xian suddenly laughed out loud. Since that's the case, then you can go to hell. Chao Hu didn't say anything else and directly swung his hammer. The hammer was a powerful weapon. Chao Hu was a martial artist at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. If his hammer hit a martial artist at the 7th stage of the martial path, it would definitely be able to kill him instantly. However, his opponent was Yi Xian. Whoosh whoosh. The sledgehammer landed on Yi Xian's body. Before Chao Hu could show a surprised expression, Yi Xian's entire body floated away. An afterimage. What? Chao Hu was shocked. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see where Yi Xian went. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a sound in front of them. Turned out that Yi Xian was retreating. Rip! Chao Hu's head flew up, and his huge body fell backward onto the floor. Dead. Instant kill. The entire crowd was silent. The first master that they were most proud of was actually killed by a brat. I'm going to kill you. The second master also reacted in an instant. After glancing at the first master's corpse, he swung his axe at Yi Xian. Rip! Another crisp sound was heard. The axe fell from his hand and landed on the ground. The second master's head also flew up and blood splattered everywhere. Now that the 3 leaders of the Blackwater Mountain Range were dead, the entire Blackwater Mountain Range was like a pack of dragons without a leader. The bandits with quick reflexes immediately turned tail and ran. What a joke. Even the leader was dead. What was the point of these underlings staying here? Waiting for death? You want to leave? You evil bandits, go to hell. Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged and he instantly slashed out a few soul-chasing slashes. The death toll instantly soared. The mountain peak was littered with corpses and the smell of blood was extremely pungent. When he accepted this mission, the Shattering Cloud sect gave Yi Xian a piece of information. The information said that the bandits of Blackwater Mountain committed all sorts of crimes and had once destroyed several towns. Not many people survived from the caravan that they robbed. The ones who survived were usually women, and then they were brought back to the stronghold to enjoy themselves. Therefore, these people deserve to die. Let's kill them too. Lu Buping also reacted and began a frenzied slaughter. In less than half a minute, there were hundreds of corpses on the ground. Blood covered the ground. Apart from a small number of bandits who managed to escape, most of them died here. The battle ended. Only Yi Xian and the other two were left alive. Junior brother Ning, go and release the people that the bandits robbed, Lu Buping said to Ning Chuan. Okay. Ning Chuan quickly left. Very quickly, dozens of women ran out. Most of them were under 30 years old. Yi Xian even saw a few girls younger than Lu Er. The four of them first arranged these women together. Then, they began to search for the treasures of the Blackwater Mountain Range's leader. After they buried the valuable items in a place, they escorted these women down the mountain. When they returned to the peak of Blackwater Mountain and were preparing to distribute the spoils of war, Yi Xian finally opened his mouth. Senior brother, now, shouldn't you explain to me what's going on with that spirit beast? Hearing this, Lu Buping and Ning Chuan's expressions changed. Junior brother, you must have guessed it. We came to Blackwater Mountain this time not entirely for the experiential training mission. Lu Buping knew that this matter could not be hidden, so he began to explain. I received a piece of news before that a spirit beast was discovered in Blackwater Mountain. Moreover, it's a spirit beast that is waiting to give birth. Spirit beasts were creatures more powerful than demonic beasts. They were equivalent to human true spirit realm martial artists. Senior brother, even if it's a spirit beast waiting to give birth, it's still not something we can deal with, Yi Xian asked. Spirit beasts were even more terrifying than 10th level demonic beasts. Even if it was waiting to give birth, it was still not something normal people could deal with. That's right. That's why I brought a strong poison this time. Senior brother Lu suddenly took out a palm-sized cloth bag. This amount was a little too large. What kind of poison can poison a spirit beast? Yi Xian asked in disbelief. Junior brother, don't worry. This will definitely cause the black water dragon to lose most of its battle strength. Senior brother Lu suddenly smiled slyly. Junior brother Yi, if you are interested, we can make a deal. We don't want the things in this Blackwater Mountain range as long as you help us. How about it? Hearing this, Yi Xian wanted to spit out a mouthful of salt soda water to kill him. Although this Blackwater Mountain range had many good things, but the total was only around 20 million. And the value of a spirit beast far exceeded that. Senior brother, do you think I'm an idiot? A spirit beast has a niden. A niden of a spirit beast is worth at least 10 million taels of gold. Why don't we trade? Yi Xian snorted. 10 million taels of gold was also 1 billion taels of silver. As long as it was a person, they would be moved. Lu Buping's expression changed again. Fine. As long as you can obtain this niden, I'll give you 10%. Chapter 69. Impossible. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, Lu Buping objected. If Yi Xian took 30% each, then the remaining 70% would be split between them. Each person would only get 20%. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you can't be too greedy. You only contributed a little. This information was obtained by senior apprentice brother Lu in the first place, and he was also the one who prepared the poison. It's already not bad that you're getting 10%, Ning Chuan said with a frown. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. He felt that Ning Chuan's words made sense. He didn't contribute anything, so 10% was already a lot. However, he still pointed at the hole in the ground and said, Okay, then I'll take a step back. I only want 20% and these things. How about it? Lu Buping also hesitated. Now that Yi Xian already knew about this matter, if they didn't agree, he would go down the mountain and spread the news. At that time, they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Okay, 20%. Junior brother, junior sister. What do you think? Lu Buping nodded. They originally wanted to act with 3 people, but now with Yi Xian, this freak, their safety was increased by a lot. Okay. Ning Chuan also nodded. As for the silent Guan Yulan, she also agreed. TSK, 20%. It seems that I can break through again. The rest will be the medical fees. Yixian was secretly happy, but the medical fees were a little expensive. In that case, the three of us will go look for the Blackwater Lake first. Junior brother, you arrange these things yourself. Lu Buping said and left with Ning Chuan and Guan Yulan. Yixian was still thinking about how to send them away, but he didn't expect them to leave by themselves. This saved him a lot of effort. Hee, I'll break through to the mid-stage of the 8th realm first. Yixian didn't think too much. After Lu Buping and the other two left, he devoured the things he collected from the Blackwater stronghold one by one. Ding! The host broke through to the mid-stage of the 8th realm. Breakthrough. However, there were very few things that were worth more than 1,000,000, so the devouring points weren't much, only 8. However, Yixian's devouring points had exceeded 100 because of this. Let's follow them first. I don't want them to leave me behind. Yixian thought to himself and immediately followed them. Junior brother Yi, why have you come? Lu Buping turned around, looking at Yixian who had hurried over. I shoveled some dirt in. Since the bandits are gone, it doesn't matter, Yixian replied casually. At this time, he deliberately suppressed the spiritual energy fluctuations. Hence, Lu Buping and the others could not detect anything at all. Junior martial brother Yi is truly courageous, Lu Buping praised, but muttered in his heart. If you lose it, let's see how you cry. The four of them walked towards the back of the Blackwater Mountain. According to the information that Lu Buping obtained, the Black Water Dragon lived in a lake behind the mountain. Therefore, this target was not difficult to find. The four of them walked around the mountain for a while and found a lake that was smaller than a basketball court. Senior martial brother, that Black Water Dragon lives here? Ning Chuan stood at the edge of the lake and asked curiously. No, to be precise, it lives in a cave under the lake. The Black Water Dragon occasionally came up to take a breather before it was discovered, Lu Buping explained. That means we have to go into the water? Ning Chuan frowned. That's right. Lu Buping nodded and asked, Junior martial brother Yi, how's your swimming? Swimming? Yixian frowned slightly. He knew how to swim, but he had never tried diving. However, at this time, he suddenly remembered that there was an item called the water avoidance pearl in the devouring system. As long as it was in the mouth, it could allow one to move underwater for an hour. No problem. Yixian nodded. In that case, the three of us will go into the water to search for the location of the cave. Junior martial sister Guan, stay on the shore. Lu Buping finished speaking and began to take off his clothes. Guan Yulan also silently turned around. Although she hated this kind of behavior, she had no choice, right? Yixian could only begin to take off his clothes. Although he had the water avoidance pearl, he still had to pretend. Plop! 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 The three of them jumped into the lake one after another and dived down. Yixian had already spent some points to buy a water avoidance pearl. He put it in his mouth and began to dive. This lake was quite deep. He had only dived a little more than 10 meters, but it was already dark. In desperation, he could only use one hand to send out a spiritual energy slash to illuminate the surroundings. The spiritual energy slash was sent out for more than 10 meters before dissipating. Damn, my luck is too good. I found the cave in such a short time. Yixian looked around and found that the radius of the cave was at least 5 meters. It should be the Black Water Dragon's cave. Immediately, he swam up again. Guan Yulan was guarding the shore of the lake. When she saw Yixian, she immediately showed a look of disdain. How long had it been since he went down, and Yixian had already come back up? How dare he say that he had no problem with swimming? Yixian was too lazy to pay attention to her, so he quietly sat by the shore and waited. The physique of a warrior was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. After Lu Buping went down, Ning Chuan took more than 2 minutes to swim back up. Junior brother Yi, is there one on your side? Lu Buping asked. Yes, about 15 meters away from the lake. Yixian nodded, then asked, Senior brother Lu, if there is no land in the cave, what should we do? No, that Black Water Dragon is actually a single horn dragon, not a deep sea type dragon. Can't breathe in the water, so it needs to come up for air. It has come out of the lake twice, so there must be a cave. Lu Buping explained. Oh, that's fine. Yi Xian nodded. As for how to bring the poison into the water, it was relatively simple. He just needed to wrap it with a special waterproof wax paper. However, would this poison really work? That was a spirit beast. However, since he was here, Yi Xian naturally had to go down and take a look. After all, Lu Buping's grandfather allowed him to come, so this poison must be effective. Plop! 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 The four of them directly jumped into the water again, but this time they were wearing clothes. It was too dark under the water, so Lu Buping also used a night pearl, and he led the way in front. The four of them quickly dived, found the big cave and swam in. This is just a cave. That black water dragon better not come out for a stroll, or else we won't be enough for it to swallow. Yi Xian was also extremely nervous in his heart, but this worry was unnecessary. After swimming for half a minute, they floated to the surface. Chapter 70. Shoo! Everyone be quiet. Lu Buping went ashore first and reminded them softly. Yi Xian and the other two went ashore one after another. They did not dare to use their spirit power to shake off the water on their clothes, for fear of disturbing the black water dragon inside. Guan Yulan went ashore before Yi Xian, and Yi Xian followed behind her. With the help of the night pearl's light, Yi Xian also saw a graceful body. Her figure is not bad, Yi Xian muttered in his heart. However, before he could continue admiring, a wave of spirit power surged out from Guan Yulan's body and shook off the water on her clothes. Wang! Hearing this sound, Lu Buping trembled violently and turned his head to whisper, Junior Guan, you? Yi Xian was also helpless. Guan Yulan risked alerting the enemy and wanted to dry her clothes. This mentality was not good. Guan Yulan did not speak. This Junior Guan is too much. Why is she putting on airs? If I had known, I would have asked someone else. Lu Buping was also a little annoyed. If they disturbed the one-horned dragon inside, then things would be troublesome. However, he did not dare to say this out loud. He could only fantasize about it in his mind. After all, Guan Yulan was the sect master's adopted daughter. Everyone be careful. Don't make any more noise. Lu Buping reminded again, and then carefully moved forward while sticking close to the walls of the cave. This cave was very dark. With the help of the night pearl's light, they could barely move forward slowly. Drip! From time to time, drops of water would fall from the ceiling of the cave. After moving forward for about 5 minutes, they heard an unusual sound. It was a bit like the sound of a volcano erupting. That unique dragon should be giving birth. Let's hurry up. Lu Buping revealed a happy expression. If this dragon was giving birth, then perhaps there was no need to use poison. They walked for a while, and then shockingly found that there was light in front of them. This should be the cliff behind Blackwater Mountain. Maybe there is another exit. Lu Buping said as he walked to the corner and quietly poked his head out. Sure enough, in a corner of the cave, there was a huge creature. It was a horned flood dragon. Its body was very long, and it looked to be at least 20 meters long. Yi Xian also snuck a glance. His first impression of the flood dragon was that it was terrifying. He originally had a phobia of the deep sea, but now that he saw such a huge underwater creature, he immediately swallowed his saliva. Wait a minute, were they going to fight this thing? Senior apprentice brother Lu? We're really going to? Ning Chuan was also frightened. This one-horned flood dragon was the biggest creature he had ever seen in his life. Since we're already here, how can we retreat? Although Lu Buping said so, he was extremely terrified in his heart. After all, this was a spirit beast. At this time, Guan Yulan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Look over there." Everyone followed her gaze and saw that there was already an egg bigger than a human in another tribe of the cave. A flood dragon egg. This flood dragon is a spirit beast. If this flood dragon egg is sold, it would probably be worth hundreds of millions. If it is nurtured well, it may be another spirit beast in the future. Lu Buping's eyes revealed a greedy look. Having a spirit beast as a pet, it was very impressive. However, the lifespan of a flood dragon was very long, and the lifespan of a human was definitely incomparable. Therefore, this flood dragon egg was probably not wanted by anyone because the time to nurture it was too long. However, for now, they had to kill this one-horned flood dragon in front of them first. Senior apprentice brother, that flood dragon seems to be laying an egg. What should we do? Ning Chuan looked at the flood dragon in the corner and said slowly. At this time, Yi Xian also noticed that the flood dragon's abdomen split open, and half of the egg was already exposed. Just in case, let's poison it first. Lu Buping took out the cloth bag and then said to Yi Xian, "This poison will be effective if it is inhaled, but if it is swallowed by the flood dragon, the effect will be even greater. Can you use a bow and arrow to send this over?" Sending poison into the flood dragon's mouth is not practical, but I can make it explode in front of the flood dragon. Yi Xian took the cloth bag and said slowly, "It's fine. Now that this flood dragon is laying an egg, and with this poison, its strength will be greatly reduced. I'm afraid it will be less than 1/10 of its original strength." Lu Buping nodded. Yi Xian took out the broken cloud bow. He had forgotten to put away the broken cloud bow, but he did not expect it to come in handy now. He looked at the one-horned flood dragon that was laying an egg, and then suddenly threw the cloth bag in his hand over. That one-horned flood dragon also heard a slight sound. When it raised its head, it saw something flying towards it. No, it was two. Show! Boom! A star-bursting arrow accurately hit the cloth bag, blowing it into pieces. The poison powder in the cloth bag also scattered in an instant, and the one-horned flood dragon's face was covered in dust. Haha, it's done. Junior brother Ye's archery is good. Lu Buping was overjoyed, and directly pulled out his long sword. The one-horned flood dragon ate a nose full of dust, and also inhaled a lot of poison powder. More of it was absorbed by its skin. In an instant, this one-horned flood dragon let out a howl. However, it was currently giving birth and could not move. Otherwise, it would directly rush over and tear apart Yi Xian and the others. "Senior brother, are we going now?" Ning Chuan turned and asked. "No rush. Let's wait for the medicine to take effect. This time, the heavens are helping me, it's actually laying an egg." Lu Buping could not hide his joy. This time, they had already discussed. Excluding Yi Xian's 20%, they would divide the remaining 80% according to 50-32. Lu Buping would get 50%, Guan Yulan 30%, and Ning Chuan 20%. Of course, Lu Buping still had a plan in his heart, and that was to get all of it. Of course, this would have to be done with a lot of risk. "Ah, senior brother, it's working," Ning Chuan suddenly said. Everyone stared, only to see that this one-horned flood dragon's scales began to turn red. Its entire body began to squirm, and at the same time it let out some strange sounds. Wu-ao. The one-horned flood dragon's body began to squirm on the ground like a snake. Its claws also began to scratch the ground, as if it was very uncomfortable. "Senior brother, what kind of poison is this? The medicine's effect is so fast?" Ning Chuan asked in disbelief. From the time the cloth bag exploded until now, it had not been more than 10 seconds, and the target was a spirit flood dragon. This poison was too powerful, right? Lu Buping smiled knowingly and said, "This is actually not poison, but a kind of holy medicine called immovable lust. That bag is enough for 100 men to use continuously for a year." What? Chapter 71. Spring. Hearing this, Yi Xian and the others turned their heads to look at the one-horned flood dragon again. It seemed to be rubbing its body on the ground. Guan Yulan, who was still a virgin, immediately blushed. She glared fiercely at Lu Buping. What if they were to come into contact with the powder during the battle later? "Haha, don't worry. As long as we attack from afar, it will be fine." Lu Buping laughed, then walked out and said, "It's about time, junior brothers and sisters. Let's go." Okay. Ning Chuan also took out a long sword. This one-horned flood dragon was laying eggs, and it was poisoned, so it was very weak. It probably did not have much fighting strength left. This was the best time for them to go on the field. Guan Yulan looked at the flood dragon and felt bad for it. However, after a few seconds of hesitation, she followed suit. "Whoa, The flood dragon could not dodge, it could only take the attacks of Yi Xian and the others, but its hard scales directly blocked the attacks of the four. Not good. We underestimated its defense. Attack its abdomen. Lu Buping was not a fool. He already knew that their attacks would not have much effect on the flood dragon. But this time even the heavens were helping them. The flood dragon was laying eggs. Although the scales of the one-horned flood dragon were hard, its abdomen did not have any scales, and the giant egg was only half laid. If they attacked its abdomen, it would definitely be severely injured. Boom! Boom! These attacks fell on the flood dragon's abdomen. There was indeed some effect, but it was not very good. The damage was not very strong. After all, this was a spirit beast. Although it was very weak, its physical strength surpassed that of a 10th-level monster beast. Under the difference in level, Yi Xian and the others' attacks could not break its defense. However, these attacks still caused a lot of pain to the flood dragon. Damn! Its skin is quite hard. Watch how I kill your son. Ning Chuan suddenly ran to the side, and then directly slashed at the flood dragon. This time, it didn't attack the horned serpent dragon, but the unborn serpent dragon's egg. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank. So did Lu Buping. But their shouts could not stop Ning Chuan. Kacha! The attack fell on the flood dragon's egg, breaking the eggshell. It began to flow out a thick, turbid liquid, faintly visible. It's over. Yi Xian was shocked. This Ning Chuan's courage. He actually dared to attack the flood dragon's egg in front of it. Was this not courting death? Sure enough, the moment the eggshell broke, the horned flood dragon was also stunned. Then, it roared towards the sky. Its roar reverberated throughout the cave, almost deafening the four of them. The horned flood dragon that was still wriggling suddenly stood up and stretched out its claws to grab Ning Chuan. However, it was extremely weak and its movements were very slow, so it did not manage to grab Ning Chuan. Attack, 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 attack the agate. Lu Buping had long scolded Ning Chuan in his heart. This one-horned flood dragon was already so weak, and he still wanted to provoke it. What if the one-horned flood dragon went crazy? As soon as he finished speaking, the four of them started to madly attack the giant egg. Yi Xian also mustered up all his strength and continuously shot out the most powerful exploding star arrows. Boom! Boom! These attacks had already beaten the unborn dragon's egg beyond recognition. At the same time, the flood dragon's abdomen was already bleeding. It was too horrible to look at. Roar! The flood dragon once again roared to the sky. It stretched out its claws to attack, but it still could not catch anyone. However, its speed at this time was faster than before. Not good, it began to recover. Yi Xian shouted. What? Lu Buping also reacted. It seemed that they still underestimated the ability of a spirit beast. At this time, in less than half a minute, this flood dragon was able to overcome Lu Buping's poison. If it recovered, then Yi Xian and the others would die here. You guys attack the stomach? I'll go blind it. Yi Xian shouted again, then quickly began to move. He pulled the cloud-splitting bow, and an exploding star arrow was shot out. Boom! The exploding star arrow exploded in the flood dragon's eye socket. But the flood dragon had already closed its eyes, so it was not injured at all. Damn Ning Chuan, the stupid pig. Lu Buping cursed, suddenly took out a delicate dagger from his arms, and attacked again. However, his attacks had also become much more powerful due to the difference in weapons. Flood dragon, die for me! Lu Buping's attacks suddenly became much stronger. Each time, it could make the flood dragon cry out in pain. That is, Yi Xian also noticed this, but he did not think much about it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he instantly shot a few exploding star arrows. Boom! 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 After the flood dragon suffered the last exploding star arrow, its huge body suddenly trembled. Yi Xian looked and found that blood suddenly flowed out of the flood dragon's eye socket. It hit. It is blind in one eye. As long as its other eye is blinded, then its threat will be greatly reduced. Yi Xian thought for a moment, took out a spirit recovery pill, and then continued to attack. As for Guan Yulan and the other two, they were still relentlessly attacking the one-horned flood dragon's abdomen. Due to the birth, there was already a wound there, and after being attacked by them for a while, it was already badly mutilated. Soul chasing slash. Die for me. Lu Buping's whole body was like a madman. He began to attack crazily. The dagger in his hand increased his attack by several times. Senior brother Lu actually has a spirit weapon? Ning Chuan also guessed at once. At this time, he finally understood why Elder Lu was so assured to let Lu Buping kill the spirit beast. It turned out that he had this trump card. A spirit weapon could greatly increase a martial artist's attack. Even a martial artist of the 10th stage of the martial path might not have it. Now that Lu Buping had this spirit weapon dagger, his attack was probably comparable to a martial artist of the 9th stage of the martial path. Die for me! Lu Buping was also muddle-headed, crazily attacking the flood dragon, because as long as this flood dragon died, then his share was almost enough to buy a spirit weapon. Or even 2 of them. Boom! At this moment, Yixian suddenly cried out in alarm, because he'd successfully blinded both of the horned flood dragon's eyes. Fortunately, he was fast enough to walk on the stone wall for a short time, otherwise it would have been difficult to do. Chapter 72. As long as he could cut the one-horned flood dragon into 2 pieces, then this one-horned flood dragon would definitely die. Although it would not die immediately, it would definitely bleed to death. It was only a matter of time. Yixian also immediately nodded and raised his hand to shoot a few exploding star arrows. Now he also understood that the dagger in Lu Buping's hand was a precious spirit weapon. If he had this spirit weapon, he was afraid that he could cut this flood dragon into 2 halves in minutes. Unfortunately, Lu Buping would definitely not lend out such a precious thing. Roar! The one-horned flood dragon's body began to recover. The effect of the aphrodisiac was about to wear off, but at this time, with the large area of injuries and blinded eyes, its threat was not big. It did not expect that when it was at its weakest, there would be 4 humans. But at this time, it did not do anything. It was blind, it could not even catch a human. Boom! Yixian and the other 3 attacked crazily. The wound on the one-horned flood dragon's abdomen continued to expand. After Lu Buping took out the spirit weapon, their damage was calculated in tons. Haha! Spirit beast inner core. Spirit beast inner core. Ha 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 ha. After Lu Buping took out the spirit weapon, his whole person changed. From time to time, he would laugh loudly, which made Yixian think that he was crazy. However, Lu Buping looked at the one-horned flood dragon's wound, and the greed in his eyes grew. He glanced at the 3 people around him, and a thought suddenly popped up in his heart. Junior brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Buping's eyes flashed. Holding the spirit weapon dagger, he suddenly attacked the nearest Ning Chuan. It was a 7th grade martial art soul-chasing slash. His realm was originally higher than Ning Chuan, and now with the spirit weapon, his attack power and speed were definitely beyond Ning Chuan's imagination. Ning Chuan felt that something was wrong, and when he turned around, there was a slash across his body. Hiss! Ning Chuan's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. The 2 of them were about the same age and played together since childhood. Ning Chuan would never have thought that Lu Buping would attack him. Ning Chuan's body separated and fell to the ground. His body could not withstand such a high-intensity slash. What? Guan Yulan and Yixian were also shocked. By the time Guan Yulan reacted, Lu Buping had already raised his hand and unleashed another soul-chasing slash. Junior sister, don't blame senior brother. As long as I have this Naiden, then senior brother can directly break through to the 9th stage of the martial path, or even the 10th stage and become the Shattering Cloud sect. No. Become the number 1 genius of the South Forest region. This was Lu Buping's thought before he acted. The soul-chasing slash, enhanced by the spirit weapon, was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Guan Yulan. Guan Yulan also gave up on resisting. She knew that she couldn't avoid this attack. If she couldn't, then she would end up like Ning Chuan, becoming a cold corpse. However, right at this critical moment, another burst of energy suddenly collided with the soul-chasing slash. Boom! When the 2 spiritual energies collided, a strong shockwave was created and Guan Yulan was sent flying. Without a doubt, this sudden attack was Yixian's supernova arrow. Damn it! Seeing this, Lu Buping cursed inwardly. How could he forget about it? At the same time, he was also very shocked. Because in his hand was a spirit weapon, its attack power was probably comparable to a 9th-stage martial path cultivator. However, such an attack was actually defeated by Yi Xian. How was this possible? Senior brother Lu, you're harming your own senior brother. Yi Xian looked at Lu Buping with a smile that wasn't a smile. From the beginning, he had guessed that this might happen. So he intentionally or unintentionally opened up a distance with Lu Buping along the way. He didn't expect that it would actually happen. A Naiden is worth more than $1 billion. You want me to share it with you? Don't even think about it. Junior brother, I know you're powerful, but can you block this spirit weapon in my hand? Lu Buping stopped attacking and coldly looked at Yi Xian. Didn't I block it just now? Yi Xian lightly smiled. Then I'll see if you can continue to block it. Lu Buping suddenly took out a pill from his chest. This pill was the bursting spirit pill that Yi Xian was incomparably familiar with. Lu Buping was originally at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path, which was the realm that benefited the most from the bursting spirit pill. After taking the bursting spirit pill, his realm would break through to the 8th stage of the martial path. At that time, relying on the spirit weapon in his hand, Yi Xian really wouldn't be able to block it. Damn! I actually forgot about this kind of pill. Yi Xian angrily cursed in his heart. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The 100 Beasts bloodline, the Chasing Wind Leopard bloodline, and the rank 9 Heavenly Illusion movement technique were enough to allow him to avoid Lu Buping's attack. Xiao! A soul-chasing slash that was even more ferocious than before flashed past. Yi Xian dodged to the side, and the soul-chasing slash destroyed his afterimage. He directly entered the stone wall and left a 2-meter deep mark on it. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. This soul-chasing slash was probably enough to split his body in half. Humph. I still underestimated you, but can you block it? Lu Buping's eyes flashed with a fierce light as his gaze fell on Guan Yulan. Guan Yulan was just saved by Yi Xian, but the impact of the attack also heavily injured her. Right now, she was very weak, just like the single-horned flood dragon. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank. He hurriedly shot a few bursting star arrows. He had to interrupt Lu Buping's attack, or else Guan Yulan would be in danger. Although Guan Yulan only spoke one sentence to him, they both lived in the bamboo forest. If he could save her, Yi Xian didn't mind saving her. Boom! 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 3 bursting star arrows were only able to block Lu Buping's soul-chasing slash. This was the difference between a high-grade mortal weapon and a spirit weapon. Let's see how many times you can block it. Lu Buping's anger rose. Before, he was beaten by Yi Xian twice. This time, he wanted revenge. Boom! 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 The sound of spiritual energy colliding continued, echoing throughout the entire cave. It was like thunder, as if the entire cave was going to collapse. Sand and stones were constantly flying in the cave. Sand and dust filled every corner, as if a sandstorm had swept through. In a short 5 seconds, Yi Xian shot more than 10 bursting star arrows. The spiritual energy in his body was rapidly depleting. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Not good. I estimate that I can only shoot 5 more bursting star arrows. If the spiritual energy in my body is depleted, then I will definitely die here. Chapter 73. However, it was not worth it to use so many devour points to deal with this small fry. However, this was the only way. However, at this moment, Lu Buping's body suddenly turned red. His body temperature rose rapidly, and a small tent appeared on his lower body. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately reacted. He laughed loudly in his heart and said, "The heavens are really helping me. The unfairness of the road must have also been affected by that unmovable lust. I have the 100 Flowers bloodline, so this thing is useless to me." Lu Buping also reacted. However, this thing was used by high-level warriors. He was only in the 9th level of the martial path. He could not withstand it. He immediately pounced toward Yi Xian like a hungry wolf. Damn! You're targeting me? Scram! Yi Xian was scared half to death. He hurriedly pulled his bow and shot a supernova arrow. Boom! The exploding star arrow hit Lu Buping's chest and instantly exploded, sending him flying. You're even wearing a treasure armor. Humph, watch me take your spiritual weapon. Yi Xian rushed forward and caught Lu Buping's spiritual weapon dagger. Now, the outcome was clear. You killed Ning Chuan. I have a witness, so if I kill you, the Shattering Cloud sect will definitely not pursue the matter. Lu Buping, be a good person in your next life. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He drew his bow again. This time he wanted to blow Lu Buping's head. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a rustling of grass in the wind. What's that sound? Yi Xian's heart froze. He felt that something was wrong. However, in the next moment his smile abruptly stopped. This was clearly the roar of the horned flood dragon. Moreover, it came from another exit. Could it be that there is another horned flood dragon? There were two of them in the beginning, not one. When such a thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was also shocked. Damn, if there are two, then what's the point of playing? Run. Yi Xian's face darkened. He quickly turned around and prepared to leave. However, in the next moment he stopped in his tracks. After pondering for a moment, he decided to bring Guan Yulan along. He quickly rushed to the semi-conscious Guan Yulan and carried her in his arms. Then he turned around and ran. Don't leave! Lu Buping still maintained a shred of consciousness and shouted at Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian simply ignored him and left. As for Lu Buping, due to the immovable obscenity effect on his body, his battle prowess was probably not even half. However, he could hear the roar coming from the other tunnel. He immediately crawled towards the direction that Yi Xian had left. He even used his hands, rolling and crawling, preparing to leave. But at that moment, a sudden gust of wind blew, blowing him against the stone wall. It was the breath of the one-horned flood dragon. Lu Buping still wanted to run, but a chill rose from his back. Immediately after, he saw a bloody mouth appear on top of his head. It's over. Lu Buping's last bit of consciousness thought so. Yi Xian, who had left quickly, also ran back along the original path. He had already heard the sound of the other flood dragon returning. Immediately, he used what little spiritual energy he had left to use the 9th grade martial art, Heaven's Illusion Body Technique. Although he was still carrying a burden, the 100 Beast bloodline was not for show. Guan Yulan's weight did not affect him much. Oh my! It seems to have caught up. After hearing the voice behind him, Yi Xian's face turned pale. This was because the voice behind him was rapidly approaching. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he was still holding a spiritual weapon in his hand. Devour! At that moment, Yi Xian quickly devoured the dagger. Ding, the host has devoured the low-grade spiritual weapon, Cold Light Dagger. The host has received 430 devour points. Ding, the host has broken through to the peak of martial arts level 8. Although there was probably no hope for the inner core, obtaining a spiritual weapon dagger was already very good. What? A spiritual weapon worth more than 400 million points can't even increase by 2 levels? Yi Xian was shocked. How difficult was it to increase this level? He quickly cursed the 18 generations of ancestors of the system in his heart. Then he carefully felt it. He was originally in the middle of martial arts level 8. Now he was at the peak of martial arts level 8. Although he increased by 1 level, it was only a small level. His physique would not change much. However, behind him there was a heavyweight monster chasing after him. If it caught up, he would definitely become food in its stomach. Damn it! Another bloodline. Yi Xian quickly made a decision. Then, he spent 50 bloodlines to exchange for a bloodline called Bladefish. The wind-chasing leopard was the fastest bloodline on land. This Bladefish was the same as the wind-chasing leopard, but its home ground was underwater. After fusing with the bloodline of the Bladefish, Yi Xian ran to the place where they came ashore. Plop! Yi Xian carried Guan Yulan and plunged in. Immediately after, the image of a sharp blade fish condensed from spiritual energy appeared around him. His speed wasn't the slightest bit slower than on land. Go, go! Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. This was because he was being chased by a flood dragon. Moreover, it was an amphibious single-horned flood dragon. Could use its claws to walk on land and swim in water. After exchanging for the bladefish bloodline, Yi Xian no longer needed the water avoidance pearl. However, he realized that when he jumped into the water, he did not make any noise at all. This caused Guan Yulan to hold her breath. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Then, he lowered his head and kissed Guan Yulan's cherry lips. Then, he passed the water avoidance pearl that he had been holding in his mouth to Guan Yulan. I'm so pitiful. I actually lost my first kiss here. But fortunately, the other party is a beauty. It's not a big loss. Yi Xian was very helpless. However, he did not think too much about it. Right now, escaping was more important. However, Guan Yulan had not completely fainted. She was still conscious. Yi Xian's actions had scared her quite a bit. However, with that small bead in her mouth, she felt like she could actually breathe in the water. How magical! At this moment, Yi Xian did not know what she was thinking. He only knew how to run for his life. After fusing with the bladefish bloodline, his speed was very fast. With a kick of his legs, he shot out like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the cave and arrived at the bottom of the Black Lake. Almost there, almost there. As long as I get ashore, I will be safe. I don't believe that you will leave that injured flood dragon behind. Yi Xian kept praying in his heart. He hoped that he would not be swallowed halfway. Chapter 74. Walala! Yi Xian quickly rushed out of the black water lake and ran towards the forest without looking back. 3 seconds after he left the water, a huge creature jumped out of the water. Single-horned flood dragon. It's here. Yi Xian heard the sound of water behind him. His nerves were already stretched to the limit. He burst out with maximum speed and quickly rushed into the forest. Fortunately, this single-horned flood dragon had some intelligence and did not chase after him. After seeing Yi Xian enter the forest, it dived back into the water. At this time, in a corner of the forest, Yi Xian hid behind a tree and secretly took a look. Damn, this one was a size bigger than the injured single-horned flood dragon. Could definitely swallow a tank in one gulp. Gulp! Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. He also had a lingering fear. If this flood dragon continued to chase, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape death. That scared me to death. What kind of news did Lu Buping get? There were actually 2 flood dragons. I almost died here. Yi Xian stared at the lake for a while and then felt relieved. It seemed that this single-horned flood dragon went to find the injured flood dragon. As for Lu Buping, he was probably also dead. After all, this flood dragon came in from another cave. Fortunately, this time it was only a scare but not a real danger. He had 4 bloodlines in his body, otherwise he might really have died here. Ning Chuan was dead. Lu Buping was also swallowed by the flood dragon. Now only Yi Xian and Guan Yulan were left. When they left the sect, many people must have witnessed it. If Lu Pingping went missing, then the Shattering Cloud sect would suspect him. However, if there was a witness, this was not too bad. Hey! Guan Yulan, are you okay? Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and then squatted down to ask. However, in the next moment his expression suddenly froze. He saw that Guan Yulan's whole body was red and hot. This was obviously because she was hit by the unchangeable lewdness. Damn, it's definitely because I got it when I was fighting with Lu Buping. I have the 100-flower bloodline, so this thing is useless to me. Yi Xian hurriedly searched through the devouring system to see if there was anything that could dispel the unmovable obscenity effect. However, at this moment, the heavily injured Guan Yulan suddenly let out a moan. Then her entire body pressed against Yi Xian. Her 2 moist red lips directly pressed against Yi Xian's mouth. What? Yi Xian was still deep in thought when he was suddenly ambushed. He was stunned. I-O holy sh*t. This girl is still touching me. Yi Xian felt that something was wrong with his crotch and his heart trembled. At this moment he was also hesitating in his heart. At this moment there were 2 paths before him. First, he could go with the flow and do Guan Yulan, ending his virginity for so many years. After that, he could use the excuse that he had also been afflicted with the unchangeable lewdness. 2. Persevere and heal He Yulan. Damn, I'm so hot. Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart and then made a decision. He was a righteous man. How could he take advantage of others when they were in danger? If the 100-flower bloodline can prevent me from being affected, then perhaps my blood will also be effective. Thinking of this, Yi Xian cut his wrist and then pushed away Guan Yulan, who had already lost control of herself. However, just as he pushed her away, Guan Yulan pounced on him again. Damn! Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He directly aimed his wrist at his mouth and sucked hard. As expected, Guan Yulan pounced on him again. This time, Yi Xian directly passed his blood into Guan Yulan's mouth through his mouth. Then Guan Yulan swallowed it. Yi Xian had the 100-flower bloodline in his body, which made him immune to all kinds of poisons. After his blood was swallowed by Guan Yulan, it immediately took effect. Yi Xian could clearly feel that Guan Yulan's body temperature was decreasing and was starting to recover. Damn you! Seeing this, Yi Xian pushed Guan Yulan away. Guan Yulan hit the tree behind her and slowly regained consciousness. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that the first thing Guan Yulan did after the effects of the poison in her body disappeared was to reach out and chop Yi Xian's head. Pervert, go to hell. Damn, a woman's heart is really the most poisonous. I saved you so many times, but you want to kill me the moment you wake up. Yi Xian extended his hand and locked Guan Yulan's hand as he berated. You're a woman with a poisonous heart. Is this how you treat your savior? Go to hell. Guan Yulan's face was flushed red. She raised her leg and kicked Yi Xian, but she was seriously injured. Even if she was in her peak condition, she couldn't do anything to him at such a close distance. Therefore, she was easily captured by Yi Xian. Pervert! Let go of me! Guan Yulan shouted. Are you sure? Or are you saying that you don't have any consciousness after being poisoned? Yi Xian asked. Pervert! Let go of me! Guan Yulan was pinned under Yi Xian's body. Her breathing was not smooth. She was already seriously injured, and now her injuries were even worse. Yi Xian frowned. It seems that you don't remember at all. You were ambushed by Lu Buping, and I blocked the fatal blow for you. Then I carried you out of the water. But you were already poisoned by Lu Buping's unchangeable lascivious. I helped you get rid of it out of the kindness of my heart. If I really wanted to do anything to you, I would have done it with you instead of helping you get rid of the poison. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Guan Yulan was stunned. Actually, she still had some consciousness before she came out of the water. However, what happened after that was a bit blurry. When she woke up, she found herself in intimate contact with Yi Xian. Let go of me first, Guan Yulan said again, but her tone was clearly not as strong as before. All right, if you dare to touch me again, I will throw you back into the black water lake and let that dragon swallow you. Yi Xian coldly snorted, then slowly got up. At such a close distance, he had 100 ways to capture Guan Yulan. Therefore, Guan Yulan was not a threat to him at all. Seeing Yi Xian take a few steps back, Guan Yulan quickly got up from the ground and tidied up her wet clothes. Although she was fine now, Yi Xian was still pressing her under his body. Both of their clothes were wet, which allowed her to feel the masculine scent of a man up close. Therefore, her little face was still flushed. Why weren't you poisoned? Guan Yulan asked in surprise. Yi Xian used his spiritual energy to dry his clothes, then raised his left wrist. I ate a kind of heavenly treasure, so I am immune to poison. You were only able to get rid of the poison because you drank my blood. Blood? Chapter 75. But when Guan Yulan recalled the last scene, she couldn't help but want to tear Yi Xian into pieces. Yi Xian was so powerful that he could completely restrain her, but Yi Xian didn't. He was obviously taking advantage of her. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Hey, you seem to want to kill me. You're too cruel. I saved you, but you didn't even say a word of thanks. If I had known earlier, I would have left you in the cave to die with Lu Buping. When Lu Buping was mentioned, Guan Yulan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lu Buping was the grandson of one of the Shattering Cloud sect's elders. Guan Yulan also entered the Shattering Cloud sect when she was young. Although their relationship wasn't very good, they still grew up together. She did not expect that Lu Buping would want to kill her. But this was also reasonable. Even if they were brothers, they would most likely become enemies because of a demonic beast's inner core. Guan Yulan also sucked in a breath of cold air. When she was about to speak, her blood suddenly surged, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although Lu Buping's slash was dispersed by Yi Xian, the force behind it had also seriously injured her. "Sai, you can't die. If you die, people will think that I, Yi Xian, killed you." Yi Xian reluctantly exchanged for a bottle of 100-flower dew and handed it over. Guan Yulan glanced at Yi Xian cautiously. At this time, she suddenly remembered that she might have left her things in the cave. She didn't even bring her weapons out. "Don't worry, this isn't something like untouchable. Otherwise, with your injuries, I'm afraid you won't be able to make it to the Shattering Cloud sect and will die halfway." Yi Xian handed the 100-flower dew over. He had also spent a lot of money because this bottle of 100-flower dew was worth 1 devour point. It was very precious. However, he was now a tycoon with 500 devour points in his body. He didn't care about a mere 1 devour point. Guan Yulan didn't refuse. Although she hated Yi Xian a little, she still thought that he had a good character. After opening the bottle of 100-flower dew, a fragrant aroma immediately assailed her nostrils. She opened her cherry lips and drank the entire bottle of 100-flower dew in one gulp. Shortly after, the 100-flower dew turned into a warm aura that nourished and repaired her internal organs. Guan Yulan was shocked because the effect of the 100-flower dew was beyond her imagination. In just a few breaths, the pain in her body disappeared and her injuries were mostly healed. "If you drink this, you should be fully recovered in half a day," Yi Xian said. "What is this?" Guan Yulan couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian replied, "100 flowers dew. This is something that can't be bought with money." Previously, he had browsed through the entire medicine refinery hall, and the healing medicines inside were at most a few 100,000 taels of silver. Moreover, the effects were much less than the 100 flowers dew. "Where did you get it?" Guan Yulan asked again. Although she had been poisoned before, after waking up, she found that Yi Xian had nothing on him. However, he was able to suddenly take out such a precious bottle of healing medicine. "How did he do it?" "You're so annoying. If you ask again, spit it out and return it to me." Yi Xian rolled his eyes and reacted. Guan Yulan didn't say anything and just silently stood up. "Now you owe me a few lives. Once in the cave, I saved you once, and once again helped you detoxify your injuries. Remember to return them to me in the future." Yi Xian casually said. The adopted daughter of the Shattering Cloud sect's sect master had an extraordinary status. If the Shattering Cloud sect's sect master returned in the future, he might be able to greatly reward him. This was extremely good. Guan Yulan didn't refute. In fact, she was also quite against Yi Xian. First, Yi Xian gave her a bad first impression. Second, Yi Xian had just taken advantage of her. "What are we going to do now?" "Directly return to the Shattering Cloud sect," Yi Xian suddenly asked. "You still want to go down?" Guan Yulan was stunned. "Of course not. There's an even stronger dragon down there. Do you think I'm going to court death?" Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, "Now that Lu Buping and Ning Chuan are both dead, Ning Chuan is still okay. But Lu Buping is Elder Lu's grandson. If he knows that Lu Buping is dead, he'll definitely be furious. When that time comes, then what do you want to do?" Guan Yulan asked. Yi Xian immediately replied, "Of course we'll hide it from everyone. After we go back, we'll say that we destroyed the Blackwater stronghold and parted ways with Lu Buping and Ning Chuan." Guan Yulan carefully thought about it and found that this method was feasible. After all, she was only invited by Lu Buping. Moreover, Lu Buping and Ning Chuan would definitely be swallowed by the dragon. Even their corpses wouldn't be found. Yi Xian and Guan Yulan reached a consensus. They hurriedly left Blackwater Mountain and found an inn to stay. The next day, Guan Yulan's injuries were completely healed. What was incredible was that she even benefited from this disaster. With this injury, she broke through the shackles and broke through to the 8th stage of the martial path. Before they returned to the Shattering Cloud sect, they also cut off the head of the Blackwater Stronghold's leader, Chao Hu's head. Chao Hu's head was a mission item. When they returned, they had to hand it over to the Shattering Cloud sect to complete the mission. A few days later, they also returned to the Shattering Cloud sect. However, what surprised the disciples was that Yi Xian and Guan Yulan had gone out together. Why did only Yi Xian and Guan Yulan come back together? There was something fishy. There was definitely something fishy. However, Yi Xian didn't care about the astonished gazes of the crowd. He directly went to the training hall with Guan Yulan to complete the mission of the Blackwater Stronghold. Hey, didn't the four of you do this mission together? Why is it only the two of you? The training hall's deacon asked in surprise. Senior apprentice brother Lu and senior apprentice brother Ning went to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun to train. We didn't go, so we came back first. Yi Xian casually replied. He wouldn't say that Lu Buping and Ning Chuan had died in the Blackwater Mountain. Oh, okay. But this 7th grade mission was accepted by you, so the mission reward will be given to you first. The training hall's deacon nodded. He compared Chao Hu's head with the portrait, then took out 6 tokens with 100 points each. Yi Xian put away the 6 tokens and returned to the bamboo forest with Guan Yulan. Take it. It's just the two of us now, so it's 50-50. When someone asks, don't let it slip. After returning to the bamboo forest, Yi Xian threw 3 tokens over and reminded her at the same time. However, after Guan Yulan received the tokens, she actually threw them back. What are you doing? Don't tell me you think you can return the 3 favors with just 300 points? Take it, take it. Yi Xian threw the tokens back and directly returned to his courtyard. Chapter 76. This trip to the Blackwater Mountain was frightening but not dangerous. Moreover, the harvest was bountiful. First was Guan Yulan. She had a blessing in disguise and broke through to the 8th realm of the martial path. The one with the biggest harvest was naturally Yi Xian. He had devoured a low-grade spiritual weapon and directly broke through to the peak of the 8th realm of the martial path. He had also obtained more than 400 devouring points. At this time, he only had 500 devouring points left. Oh, how black-hearted. The cheapest mid-grade bloodline is 1,000 points. This is 500 million silver and 5 million gold. In the house, Yi Xian's heart was bleeding. The cheapest mid-grade bloodline was actually the 2nd grade of the wind-chasing leopard bloodline. It was worth 1,000 devouring points. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to exchange for it in a short time. But overall, he was quite satisfied because he was just a little bit away from breaking through again. After all, he had devoured a spiritual weapon before. I wonder if Master has returned. I'll give him a surprise. Maybe he'll be happy and give me 100 million. Yi Xian snickered in his heart. The chief disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect, Zhongyang, broke through to the middle of the 8th realm of the martial path at the age of 18. Yi Xian was only 15 years old and was already at the peak of the 8th realm of the martial path. After a while, he would probably reach the 9th realm of the martial path. If this news were to spread, it would definitely bring glory to the Shattering Cloud sect. Yi Xian left his house and then walked towards Zhou Tsang's courtyard. Before he reached the door, an old voice came from inside. Come in. Yi Xian was shocked. As expected of the strongest person in the Shattering Cloud sect, he could even hear such a thing. He walked in and saw Zhou Tsang sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. Yi Xian, I heard that you went out with Lu Buping and the others to do a mission. How was it? Zhou Tsang looked at Yi Xian and slowly said, It was completed smoothly. At the same time, I also obtained an unknown pill. Now, I have broken through to the peak of the 8th realm of the martial path. Yi Xian respectfully cupped his fists and said, What? Before he could finish his words, Zhou Tsang instantly stood up and exclaimed, Peak of the 8th realm of the martial path? Yes, I have broken through. Yi Xian nodded and then released the spiritual energy that he deliberately suppressed. Zhou Tsang felt it, and sure enough, it was the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path. Moreover, it was very dense. It was probably not far from the 9th stage of the martial path. Genius, you're really a genius. In just a few days, you actually reached the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path. Your aptitude has already far surpassed Zhongyang's. The heavens are really helping me. But. Haha. You are now the chief disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. In half a month's time, There will be a competition between the Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect. When the time comes, you will definitely help the Shattering Cloud sect vent our anger. As long as you can help the Shattering Cloud sect win, I will give you 30,000 points. Zhou Tsong realized that he had almost blurted it out and hurriedly diverted Yi Xian's attention. He didn't mean this. 30,000 points. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. That wasn't a small amount. At this time, he suddenly thought of a problem and asked, Master, the number 1 inner disciple, senior brother Zhongyang, hasn't returned yet. I haven't challenged him yet. That's right. I don't know when Zhongyang will return. Zhou Tsong hurriedly nodded, but he added in his heart, Zhongyang won't be back. Yi Xian didn't care about the number 1 inner disciple position. He just wanted to let everyone know that he was the strongest disciple in the Shattered Cloud sect. Alright, Master, what is the competition between the two sects? Yi Xian asked curiously. He suddenly remembered that the young master of the Million Gold City, Zhang Xiang, had said that he would take revenge in the competition between the two sections. Zhou Tsong explained, the competition between the two sects is a competition between the Shattered Cloud sect and the Heaven Cracking sect. It happens once every 2 years. At the same time, we also have some bets. As long as we win, we can get the other sect's bets. However, my Shattered Cloud sect has already lost 5 times in a row. Bets? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up again. What he lacked the most now was money. The Heaven Cracking sect is much stronger than my Shattered Cloud sect. They also have many geniuses. It is said that one of them reached the peak of the 8th realm at the age of 18. I don't know if he has broken through to the 9th realm recently. Zhou Tsong said slowly. The peak of the 8th realm? TCH, in my eyes, I can defeat him in 3 rounds. Yi Xian felt disdain in his heart. With his current strength, he didn't think that there would be any opponents in the same realm. Yi Xian, in this competition between the two sects, you better not embarrass me. Zhou Tsong looked at Yi Xian with satisfaction, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Yes, Master. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Then he said, Master, your disciple is about to break through the bottleneck. Shouldn't you? Haha, I understand what you mean. However, you have just broken through, so you should consolidate your cultivation. Haste makes waste. Don't let the competition between the two sects affect your future cultivation. Zhou Tsong stroked his beard and laughed. Damn, it seems that I won't be able to do it. Yi Xian was very puzzled. He was hesitating whether to tell Zhou Tsong the secret. If he did, Zhou Tsong would definitely help him and crush the Heaven Cracking sect. However, Yi Xian thought about it and decided to forget about it. He had only met Zhou Tsong twice, even though the latter was his master. Master, your disciple will take his leave first. Yi Xian cupped his fist and walked out. However, after he left, Zhou Tsong looked at the courtyard door and muttered, I didn't expect this kid to be more talented than Zhongyang. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhongyang, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame Yi Xian. It was his appearance that made you worthless. After he finished speaking, he suddenly laughed. Logically speaking, Zhou Tsong was Yi Xian's master. If Yi Xian told him the secret, it shouldn't be a big deal. However, Yi Xian felt that it was better to forget about it. Every time he stood in front of Zhou Tsong, he would feel his heart palpitate. Perhaps it was because Zhou Tsong was too strong. After leaving Zhou Tsong's house, Yi Xian prepared to leave the bamboo forest and walk around. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly walked towards him slowly. It's an elder? Yi Xian was a little surprised and went up to him. Just as he was about to speak, the elder said, You are Yi Xian? This kid is really something. May I ask what is the matter, elder? Yi Xian cupped his fist respectfully. Chapter 77. Although his grandson was beaten up, Lu Qi didn't want to stand up for Lu Buping. After all, conflicts between young people should be resolved by themselves. Hearing this name, Yi Xian's heart trembled. The reason why he trembled wasn't because this old man's name was weird, but because this elder's surname was Lu. Damn, Lu Buping's grandfather came to find us so quickly. Yi Xian cursed in his heart, then respectfully cupped his fists and said, After Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Ning eradicated the Blackwater stronghold, they parted ways with us. I think they went to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun? Lu Qi was startled and thought, does this brat think that he can fight against spirit beasts with a spirit weapon? Damn it! He guessed that Lu Buping thought that he was strong enough after obtaining a spirit weapon, so he excluded Guan Yulan and brought Ning Chuan, who he had a good relationship with, to kill spirit beasts with him. Elder Lu, is there anything else? Yi Xian asked calmly, but his heart was already exploding. What a joke. If Elder Lu, who was in the 10th stage of the martial path, found out anything, he would be in big trouble. Oh, there's nothing else. Is Guan Yulan inside? Lu Qi asked again. Senior Sister Guan is inside. Elder Lu, please. Yi Xian nodded, but his heart sank. It seemed that Lu Qi had to ask Guan Yulan. After all, Guan Yulan knew about the spirit beasts beforehand. No need. Go do your own thing. Elder Lu waved his hand and walked in alone. Yi Xian looked at his back and was a little worried. He only hoped that Guan Yulan wouldn't reveal anything. Helpless, he could only go out for a stroll. When he came back, Elder Lu just happened to walk out of the bamboo forest. Looking at his expression, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He hurriedly walked into the bamboo forest and walked towards Guan Yulan's residence. Guan Yulan was sitting outside her room. Elder Lu didn't look too good when he left. You wouldn't have exposed yourself, would you? Yi Xian quickly walked over and asked. Guan Yulan glanced at him and said, No. Then why does Elder Lu look like his butt is on fire? Yi Xian recalled the way Elder Lu walked out of the bamboo forest in 3 steps. It was obvious that he was stimulated. Yi Xian was also wondering if he should not have saved Guan Yulan back then. He suddenly thought that if he was the only survivor that day, it would not have been impossible. Lu Buping only told the news to Ning Chuan and Guan Yulan. If the 3 of them sent him away after flattening the Blackwater stronghold, then went to kill the spirit beasts themselves, this was not a bad reason. He just had to pretend that he did not know anything. However, he had already saved her, so he could only remain calm. I only told him that Senior Apprentice Brother Lu went to kill the spirit beast himself, Guan Yulan replied calmly. If that's the case, then I'll leave first, Yi Xian said and turned to leave. Although Guan Yulan was not bad looking, she was so cold that they probably wouldn't have much to talk about. However, to his surprise, just as he turned around, Guan Yulan opened her mouth and said, Wait, what? Yi Xian turned around and asked. I have something to ask you, Guan Yulan said as her gaze fell on the front. She gestured for Yi Xian to sit down. What problem could there be? Yi Xian was very surprised, but he still sat down in front of her. The 2 of them looked at each other. After a few seconds of silence, Guan Yulan finally opened her mouth and asked, With your strength, you could have easily subdued me that day. Why did you? She did not finish her sentence. She knew that Yi Xian should have understood. Although Yi Xian's IQ was not high, he was not stupid. He reacted and said in surprise, Don't tell me you think that I deliberately took advantage of you? Are you kidding me? It only took 2 seconds at most. After I pushed you away, you pounced on me and kissed me. Halfway through his sentence, Yi Xian felt a cold, murderous aura coming from Guan Yulan. F***CK. Didn't we just kiss 3 times? You were the one who initiated it. I was the one who was taken advantage of. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He remembered that when Guan Yulan lost control, not only did she kiss him, but she also touched him with her hands. Guan Yulan did not intend to linger on this topic. Although she was in a strange state at that time, she still felt something. It was a very strange feeling. It was the first time in her life that she felt that way. The 2 of them stayed silent for a while. Then, Guan Yulan opened her mouth and said, Thank you. What? Yi Xian suspected that he'd misheard. This ice-cold Guan Yulan actually said the word, thank you. Was this a dream? Hey, don't think that a thank you is enough. I helped you 4 times in total. I still haven't counted 1. If you want to return the favor, give me 1 million. Yi Xian said and added, Of course it's gold. 1 million gold taels was equivalent to 100 million silver taels. This was enough for Yi Xian to break through to the 9th stage of the martial path. Guan Yulan did not expect Yi Xian to be so vulgar. She also did not expect Yi Xian to open his mouth like a lion and ask for 1 million gold taels. Are you sure you want it? Guan Yulan suddenly asked. This question also made Yi Xian confused. Could it be that Guan Yulan could really take out 1 million gold taels? I'm at the critical moment of breaking through. If you give me 10,000 points, then we'll be even. How about it? Yi Xian suddenly revealed a cunning expression. Breakthrough? Guan Yulan was shocked. Yi Xian was already in the 8th stage of the martial path at the age of 15. If he broke through again, wouldn't he be the same as Zhong Yang? At this time, she still thought that Yi Xian was in the early 8th stage of the martial path. Not bad. This deal is reasonable, right? Yi Xian nodded. Good. Guan Yulan was also straightforward. She directly went into the house and took out some tokens. There was a total of 10 tokens and each one was worth 1,000 points. Damn, there really is one. How much is this girl's net worth? Yi Xian was not scared to death. Not many people could take out 10,000 points from the Shattering Cloud sect. However, he suddenly remembered that Guan Yulan was the adopted daughter of the Shattering Cloud sect's sect master. Who was the Shattering Cloud sect's sect master? A true spirit realm expert. The entire Shattering Cloud sect was his. He must have left a lot of cultivation resources for Guan Yulan. Damn, I was too kind. The price was too low again. Yi Xian was very regretful. He was the vice sect master's disciple and received 2,000 points every month. Guan Yulan grew up in the Shattering Cloud sect. Her net worth was probably more than anyone else. Scary. If she went to the alchemy hall to take the things, she would definitely make the alchemy hall go bankrupt. Chapter 78. But all in all, Yi Xian finally had the resources he needed to level up. As long as he broke through to the 9th stage of the martial path, his strength would increase by a lot. One must know that the 9th stage of the martial path was enough to become a teacher of the Shattering Cloud sect. Even the city lord of the 1,000 Gold City was only at the 9th stage of the martial path. We're even, Guan Yulan said. We're even, we're even. Yi Xian was so excited that he forgot to suppress his spiritual energy. Guan Yulan felt the strong spiritual energy fluctuation and was so scared that she took 3 steps back. She looked at Yi Xian in astonishment as if she had seen a ghost. What? You can break through but I can't? I broke through 2 stages at once. Are you jealous? Yi Xian suddenly revealed a wretched aura. Guan Yulan had never heard of someone breaking through 2 stages at once. However, she also knew that the heavenly Tao was unpredictable and anything was possible. I'm different from you. Guan Yulan snorted and didn't care at all. Different? Yi Xian immediately reacted. In the eyes of others, he broke through by eating pills while Guan Yulan broke through by herself. Otherwise, she would have reached the middle of the 8th stage of the martial path, or the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path, or even the 9th stage of the martial path. This made Yi Xian wonder how much wealth Guan Yulan had. Would it be enough for him to break through to the 10th stage of the martial path? But in the end, these things belonged to Guan Yulan and had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, Yi Xian had a plan in his heart. Should he find a time to secretly steal all of Guan Yulan's things? After his strength skyrocketed, he would return the money after earning it. At most, he would add a bit of interest. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Guan Yulan was very puzzled. Why did Yi Xian laugh for no reason after hearing her words? Nothing, Senior Guan. Goodbye. Yi Xian's face stiffened. After saying that, he turned around and left. Now that he had obtained these points, he had to quickly exchange them for heaven and earth treasures. However, after Yi Xian left, Guan Yulan stared at his back and fell into deep thought again. Even after Yi Xian had disappeared into the bamboo forest, she still stared at him. TSK, TSK, TSK. 10,000 points from the Shattering Cloud sect can be exchanged for 50 stalks of 1,000-year-old blood ginseng worth 2 million. This way, I can break through to the 9th level of the martial path. A 15-year-old mentor-level genius will definitely scare the Shattering Cloud sect to death. Yi Xian thought to himself as he went straight to the alchemy hall. However, the alchemy hall was out of stock. He had no choice but to choose something else. Yi Xian did not choose to devour this item, which was worth around 100 million taels of silver. Instead, he stored it in his devour space. With just a thought, he could instantly devour anything in the devour space. This way, he could directly break through to the 9th stage of the martial path. He did not know why, but he felt the need to hide his strength. It was not good to always reveal his strength. Next was the competition between the Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect. He felt that his peak 8th level of the martial path, coupled with the 100 Beasts bloodline and the Wind-Seeking Leopard bloodline, was enough to sweep the Shattering Sky sect. This half a month quickly passed. In this half a month, Yi Xian had also planned a path for himself to grow up. Strength can defeat all tactics. Strength and speed were the paths he was pursuing. He went straight to the Shattering Cloud sect and took out a copy of the rank 9 martial technique. Then, he stored it in the Devour system. If there was a need in the future, he could just use the Devour points to learn it. Today was the day of the competition between the Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect. Later, the Shattering Cloud sect's team would come to the Shattering Cloud sect. Because the Shattering Cloud sect had lost 5 times in a row, the venue of the competition was the sect that had lost in the previous competition. Junior Brother Yi, come out quickly. The Shattering Sky sect's team is here. We need to go and welcome them. Yi Xian was still in his courtyard learning martial arts when a voice came from outside the courtyard. It was the second in the inner sect, Hui Yuan. Creak! Yi Xian opened the courtyard door and said, Senior Brother Hua, it's just the Shattering Sky sect's team. It's not like the Emperor is coming. What's the big deal? No, every time the Shattering Sky sect comes, all the inner sect disciples have to be present. This is the rule. Junior brother, come with me quickly. Hui Yuan dragged Yi Xian out of the bamboo forest and went all the way to the Shattering Cloud sect's mountain gate. At this time, countless disciples, deacons, mentors and elders had gathered in front of the mountain gate. Even the vice sect leader Zhouzong had arrived. He's here, Yi Xian is here. I heard that he will be overseeing the competition between the 2 sects this time. TSK, this brat only 8 elixirs. What qualifications does he have to be overseeing the competition? I wonder why Senior Brother Zhongyang hasn't returned yet. Could it be that he was delayed by something? That's right. If Senior Brother Zhongyang returns, he will definitely be at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path. Who knows, he might be able to lead our Shattering Cloud sect to victory. Yi Xian's name was widely spread in the Shattering Cloud sect. The inner sect disciples were a little better, but the outer sect disciples didn't know how to appreciate favors. They all thought that Yi Xian's deeds were too exaggerated. How could someone who ate elixirs to reach the 8th stage of the martial path defeat Hui Yuan and the other 2? It was obviously a rumor. After Yi Xian arrived, he walked to Zhouzong's side and respectfully greeted him. At this time, a few elders of the Shattering Cloud sect had already gathered around Zhouzong. There were also the disciples of these elders and Guan Yulan. After returning to the Shattering Cloud sect last time, Yi Xian stayed in his courtyard all day long. Therefore, this was the first time he and Guan Yulan met in half a month. Yi Xian obediently stood beside Zhouzong. Then, he deliberately glanced around and found that Lu Buping's grandfather, Elder Lu Qi, wasn't around. This Lu Qi went to look for Lu Buping and hasn't returned yet. He might have met with misfortune. Yi Xian thought in his heart. There were 2 spirit beasts at the bottom of the Black Water Lake, and Lu Qi was only a 10th stage martial path cultivator. If he dared to go down, he would definitely be swallowed by the 2-horned flood dragons. If that was the case, Yi Xian was relieved. Yi Xian's gaze fell on Guan Yulan, who was nearby. However, coincidentally, Guan Yulan was also looking at him. Their gazes met at the same time. They were both stunned. Then, Guan Yulan quickly retracted her gaze. However, a blush quickly appeared on her small face. Damn, what's going on? Why is she blushing? Yi Xian didn't understand. They just looked at each other, but Guan Yulan actually blushed. Could it be that Guan Yulan fell in love with him after the previous incident? Chapter 79. Huo who was beside Yi Xian, noticed this. He quickly nudged Yi Xian and said, "You're really something. You've only been here for half a month and you've already hooked up with junior sister Guan. You're going to break many people's hearts." "What do you mean hooked up?" Yi Xian asked softly. "Junior sister Guan has already looked at you 5 times since you arrived. How dare you say you haven't hooked up with her?" Huo said. His words stunned Yi Xian. "Holy **T, you have good eyesight." But then again, 5 times was too much. Could it be that this girl had really fallen for him? This girl's thinking is probably too conservative. It's just 3 kisses. It's not like she'll get pregnant. Yi Xian thought. He only thought that Guan Yulan's abnormal behavior was because she was still brooding over the previous accident. At this time, a cheer suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. Yi Xian looked towards the source of the sound and saw a group of people walking up the mountain stairs. The sky-cracking sect was here. Junior brother Yi, senior brother Zhongyang didn't come back this time. Our sky-cracking sect is relying on you. I heard that in the past few sessions, our sky-cracking sect was completely suppressed by the sky-cracking sect. Not a single disciple could beat them. Huo suddenly whispered to Yi Xian. "Didn't win a single match?" Yi Xian was shocked after hearing this. This was too fake. Not only did they lose 5 times in a row, but they didn't even win a single match. This was too unreasonable. Then how do the 2 sects compete? Yi Xian asked again. "I don't know. It's different every time. It's decided by the sect leaders and elders on the spot." Huo shook his head. The sky-cracking sect's group was very fast. Soon, they arrived at the mountain gate of the sky-cracking sect. Yi Xian looked carefully. There were a total of 5 elders from the sky-cracking sect and more than 10 disciples. The leader was said to be the vice-sect leader of the sky-cracking sect. "Oh, Zhangxiang is here too. It seems like he's here for revenge." Yi Xian found a familiar figure in the sky-cracking sect's group. It was the young master of the city of gold, Zhangxiang. Zhangxiang had also noticed Yi Xian and revealed a vicious glint in his eyes. "TSK, I was able to beat the crap out of you last time. This time I will do the same." Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart. Then, he turned his attention to the other disciples of the sky-cracking sect. Because he was too far away, he could not sense the strength of these people. However, there was one person who gave him a bad feeling. It was a young man who always had a smile on his face. Is this the trump card of the sky-shattering sect? I'm afraid he has already reached the 9th rank of the martial path. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Although he did not feel the fluctuations of the other party's spiritual energy, his intuition was quite accurate. At this moment, the smiling youth suddenly turned his head and locked eyes with Yi Xian. "It's so cold. My back is cold after locking eyes with him. One look and I can tell that he's a person who hides a knife behind his smile." Yi Xian shivered from head to toe and did not look at the youth. He felt that this youth was a little strange. There was an indescribable evil about him. The 2 sides exchanged pleasantries. Then, Zhou Cong ordered some inner sect disciples to entertain the other party and show them around. However, Yi Xian was ignored by him. Yi Xian was the trump card of the sky-cracking sect. He could not expose himself like this. Furthermore, Yi Xian was very good at controlling his spiritual energy. As long as he did not expose himself, even a martial artist in the 10th rank of the martial path would not be able to discover his true realm. At most, they would be able to tell that he was in the 8th rank of the martial path. The people of the sky-cracking sect were invited to the banquet. As for Yi Xian, he returned to the bamboo forest alone. In the afternoon, before the competition between the 2 sects began, someone came to inform Yi Xian. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the person who had called him was none other than his neighbor, Guan Yulan. When Yi Xian opened the door to his courtyard, he was shocked. He asked in astonishment, "Why are you here?" Guan Yulan stood outside the door, looking a little uncomfortable. She glanced at Yi Xian and said, "You have to be careful of Fan Yu in the competition between the 2 sects later. This person is vicious and merciless. During the last competition, he broke the meridians of a senior brother." What? Yi Xian was stunned. "Fan Yu? This was the first time he had heard of this name. However, in his mind, he combined this name with the smiling youth who hid a knife behind his smile. This Fan Yu should be the trump card of the skycracking sect, and he was the trump card of the skycracking sect. Therefore, the two sides would definitely meet. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Senior Sister Guan. Yi Xian cupped his fists. However, in the next moment, Guan Yulan's words almost made him bite his tongue. Just call me by my name, Guan Yulan said with a red face. Then, she added, the competition between the two sects is about to start. Let's go. This time, Yi Xian could confirm that Guan Yulan was interested in him. He had been in the sky-cracking sect for a month, but he had never heard of anyone who dared to call her by her name. Before returning to the sky-cracking sect, Guan Yulan had broken through to the 8th level of the martial path. Then, she had defeated the 3rd-ranked inner disciple. Now, there were not many who dared to call her junior sister. Only the vice sect leader Zhoucang and the other older generation would call her Yulan. Wow, being handsome is a blessing. Everywhere I go, there will be people who like me. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Xue Qingqing was too young for him. However, Guan Yulan was already 17 this year. She would be 18 after the new year. Girls of this age were not bad. While fantasizing, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan arrived at the sky-cracking sect's martial training field. As soon as they entered, they became the center of attention. Guan Yulan blushed and walked in with Yi Xian. If it wasn't for Zhoucang's order, Guan Yulan probably wouldn't have called Yi Xian. However, this was embarrassing. After today, the entire sky-cracking sect would be discussing whether Yi Xian had won Guan Yulan over because he was in a favorable position. Yi Xian came to the martial training field's martial training field and walked to Zhoucang's side. He said softly, Master. Beside Zhoucang sat an old man. It was the vice sect leader of the sky-cracking sect, Li Haodong. Sect leader Li, let me introduce you. This is my new disciple, Yi Xian. Zhoucang introduced him to Li Haodong. Oh! Li Haodong turned to look at Yi Xian in surprise. He said with disdain, he's so young. It seems that his aptitude is also good. I wonder if he compares to Fan Yu. Yi Xian is 15 this year. He's already at the peak of the 8th realm. Zhoucang added. Li Haodong's expression changed. Sect leader Zhou is really lucky. I'm afraid his aptitude is almost on par with Fan Yu. You flatter me. I'm afraid your sect's Fan Yu is already at the 9th realm, right? Zhoucang said with a smile. That's right. Fan Yu broke through to the 9th realm half a year ago. Li Haodong nodded. Chapter 80. Hearing the conversation between Zhoucang and Li Haodong, Yi Xian also felt that something was amiss. Although there was nothing wrong with their names, even a fool would be able to tell that something was wrong with their conversation. Yi Xian, sit down with Yulan first, Zhoucang said to the two of them. Yes, master. Yi Xian nodded when he heard this. Then, he sat not far away while Guan Yulan sat beside him. Guan Yulan, is there any conflict between master and the sky-shattering sect's vice sect leader? After sitting down, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. He had only been in the Shattering Cloud sect for a month, so he didn't know much. However, Guan Yulan grew up in the Shattering Cloud sect, so she definitely knew. He's the vice sect leader's disciple. His meridians were broken by Fan Yu. Guan Yulan said with a red face, looking like a little girl. The surrounding disciples were stunned. I see. Yi Xian nodded. Now he understood why the vice sect leaders of the two sects were hostile towards each other. It seemed that the competition between the two sects was quite dangerous. Although there were two elders as the judges, there were still some accidents. Fan Yu participated in the competition when he was 16. 2 years later, he was only in the 9th realm of the martial path. His talent isn't that great. Since that's the case, I'll take revenge for my senior brother. I'll break Fan Yu's meridians too. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. Since he was paid, he would help him. After all, he was Zhoucang's only disciple. He received 2,000 points every month. Naturally, he had to share Zhoucang's burden. However, Zhoucang was hesitating. He didn't want Yi Xian to fight. I didn't expect him to break through to the 9th realm of the martial path. It seems that I have to be more careful. It wasn't easy for me to find a true spirit realm seed. I can't just let him die like this. Now that my time is almost up, I have to be cautious. I can't let anything happen to him. This was Zhou Tsong's thought. On the surface, he was the vice sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect, but behind his back, he actually had some unknown schemes. The target of this conspiracy was originally Zhongyang, but now it was Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was completely unaware of the danger lurking around him. Before Yi Xian arrived, the two vice sect masters of the Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect had already discussed the contents of this competition. After that, Li Haodong stood up and began to explain the contents of the competition. There were 5 matches in total, but it was not a best-of-3 system. For these 5 matches, they had to draw lots to decide the order of the first to the 5th. Then, the number one of the two sides would start to fight. However, the winning side could choose to continue to fight. The side that lost 5 matches would be considered the loser. Simply put, as long as number 1 was strong enough, he could fight 5 consecutive battles. On the way here, Guan Yulan had told Yi Xian that the order of battle this time was the order of the inner disciples. Although Yi Xian didn't have a ranking, Zhongyang hadn't returned yet, so he replaced Zhongyang to battle. Yi Xian, you'll draw lots. At this moment, Zhou Tsong suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Yi Xian walked over and pulled out a bamboo stick from the bamboo tube in his hand. Zhu Hong, who is this? When Yi Xian saw the name on the bamboo stick, he was stunned. He didn't seem to have heard of this name. You're drawing the order of the other side, Guan Yulan whispered. Oh, okay. Yi Xian handed the bamboo stick to Zhou Tsong, then pulled out 3 more sticks. They were all names he had never heard of before. This meant that the Shattering Sky sect's trump card, Fan Yu, was ranked 5th. Haha, you're in luck. If Fan Yu was the first to fight, you would have lost 5 consecutive battles. No, 6 consecutive battles. Li Haodong suddenly laughed. 5 consecutive losses referred to losing all 5 matches. However, if they lost this time, the Shattering Cloud sect would have lost 6 consecutive battles. Zhou Tsong's face twitched. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Next, it was Li Haodong's turn to decide the order of the Shattering Cloud sect. Huoyuan, Ding Long, Su Shang, Guan Yulan, Yi Xian. Li Haodong read out the names one by one. Coincidentally, the trump card, Yi Xian, was ranked 5th, just like Fan Yu. As such, the order of both sides was decided. Zhou Tsong's expression relaxed a little, but he was still very serious. This was because he could see that, in addition to Fan Yu, the Shattering Sky sect had another mid-stage 8th realm martial artist. On the other hand, in addition to Yi Xian, there were only 4 early-stage 8th realm martial artists. If they wanted to win, they had to rely on this last battle. Next, Zhou Tsong sent someone to announce the rules and order of the battle. He then carefully reminded Yi Xian and the other 4. Yi Xian, it seems like you're going to fight Fan Yu. However, you have to be very careful. Fan Yu is very skilled. Victory and defeat are common. Zhou Tsong reminded Yi Xian. Master, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. He also knew that Fan Yu was already in the 9th realm of the martial path. Furthermore, he had once broken the meridians of one of Zhou Tsong's disciples. He was extremely vicious. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although he couldn't compare to Fan Yu in terms of age and realm, his physique was definitely far superior to Fan Yu's. He believed that he had a high chance of winning this battle. Nearly 1,000 Shattering Cloud sect disciples had gathered in the martial arts field. There were outer disciples, inner disciples, and even mentors and elders. This was Yi Xian's first time fighting in front of so many people. If he wanted to establish himself as the eldest senior brother of the inner sect in these people's hearts, he had to win this battle. I have to win this time. This way, I can get 30,000 points and use it to break through to the mid-stage 9th realm of the martial path. Yi Xian secretly thought to himself. The Shattering Cloud sect was actually just a springboard for him. His stage in the future would not be limited to this. Therefore, he would only stay in the Shattering Cloud sect for a while. When the time came, he would leave. The competition between the two sects starts now. Just as he was deep in thought, someone suddenly walked up to the ring and shouted. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He was shocked to find that the referee of the competition was actually their mountain guardian elder. It is said that this mountain guardian elder is at the peak of the 10th realm of the martial path. He is an expert second only to master in the sect. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he followed Hui Yuan and Guan Yulan to the side of the ring. As for the Shattering Sky sect, they stood on the other side of the ring. The bet for the competition between the two sects is 10 million taels of gold. The one who loses 5 rounds will be the loser. The mountain guardian elder continued to shout. The martial arts field, which was originally silent, was suddenly filled with exclamations. 10 million taels of gold was equivalent to 1 billion taels of silver. The bet for the competition between the two sects was actually so big. Chapter 81. Master is really generous. He gave me 3 million taels of gold in one go. Yi Xian thought to himself. Unknowingly, Zhou Cong's position in his heart had increased by a lot. At this moment, the guardian elder suddenly shouted, "The first battle, Shattering Cloud Sects Hui Yuan versus Sky-Splitting Sects Zhu Hong." Hearing this, Yi Xian cupped his fists towards Hui Yuan and said, "Senior brother, it's time for you to show off your skills." "Haha, then I'll go first." Hui Yuan laughed and jumped into the arena. Ding Long and Su Shang also revealed strange expressions. Although they had lost to Yi Xian together with Hui Yuan, they were still very confident in Hui Yuan's strength. Guan Yulan was also the same, because she had also challenged Hui Yuan when Yi Xian was holed up at home. She lost. Therefore, she was only ranked 3rd in the inner sect, not 2nd. The sky-splitting sect's disciple named Zhu Hong had already jumped into the arena. He and Hui Yuan walked to the guardian elder's side. Hui Yuan, Zhu Hong, both of them cupped their fists. The guardian elder at the side did not beat around the bush and directly said, "There are 2 rules. First, you can't cause death. Second, you lose if you fall out of the arena." The rules were very simple. Both of them nodded. "If you understand, then let's begin," the guardian elder said and retreated. Hui Yuan and Zhu Hong also took a few steps back. After looking at each other for a few seconds, they suddenly attacked. Rushing Thunder Hand. As soon as the battle started, Hui Yuan used his special skill, the 7th grade martial art, Rushing Thunder Hand. It was the move he used against Yi Xian. His attack was extremely fast. At that time, only Yi Xian was able to react. Therefore, the young man named Zhu Hong was directly hit in the chest by the palm. Pa! A muffled sound was heard, followed by 2 more muffled sounds. Pa! Pa! Zhu Hong was hit by 3 moves in an instant and then fell out of the arena. Hui Yuan won. When the guardian elder shouted this sentence, the entire martial arts field was in an uproar. Ha ha ha, no wonder senior brother Hua is ranked 2nd in the inner sect. He killed his opponent instantly. For Zhu Hong to be sent out by the sky-splitting sect to participate in the competition, his strength is definitely not weak. However, senior brother Hua is even stronger. My Shattering Cloud sect has been defeated 5 times in a row. This time we can finally turn things around. The disciples in the martial arts field all cheered. At the same time, Li Haodong, who was on the eastern side of the stands, did not look very good either. Although Zhu Hong's strength was not strong, he was still a disciple that was heavily nurtured by the sky-splitting sect. How could he be instantly killed? Sect Master Li, thank you for letting me win. Zhou Cong was in a good mood. Sometimes face was more important than money. Without a doubt, the sky-cracking sect had lost a lot of face this time. Humph. Sect leader Zhou, continue watching. Li Haodong snorted coldly. In fact, apart from Fan Yu, the people who had come to the Shattering Cloud sect to participate in the 2 sects competition were not the true strength of the Shattering Cloud sect. Zhu Hong was not even in the top 10 of the Shattering Cloud sect. However, most of the people in the Shattering Cloud sect considered Zhu Hong to be one of the top 10 experts in the Shattering Cloud sect. Hui Yuan's morale was boosted by his first victory. Due to the rules, he could still continue to fight. Hui Yuan was also very smart. Since he could continue to fight, he used his best martial arts at the beginning. This way, he could save his physical strength and spiritual energy. In the second round, the sky-splitting sect sent a sword martial artist. However, his strength was even weaker than Zhu Hong's. Hui Yuan sent him flying out of the arena with just 2 palms. In the third round, the sky-splitting sect sent a person who was stronger than the previous 2. Therefore, Hui Yuan spent a lot of effort to defeat him. Although he won, Hui Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Not only was he injured, but he also did not have much spiritual energy left. The person who went up was a martial artist in the middle stage of the 8th level of the martial path from the sky-splitting sect. He was also the young city lord of the Million Gold City, Zhang Xiang, whom Yi Xian had defeated that day. The 4th round, Hui Yuan of the Shattering Cloud sect versus Zhang Xiang of the Sky-Splitting sect. Following the voice of the mountain-guarding elder, Zhang Xiang, who looked very sorry, finally walked up to the arena. Damn! Who is this? His appearance is he's too ugly. My stomach is starting to churn. Oh my god. I'll close my eyes first. Junior brother will tell me the result later. This person's appearance is too unique. His strength is probably not that great. I'm afraid that senior brother Hua will be able to send him flying with 1 blow. Outside the martial arts field, many people's stomachs were already churning. Many female disciples closed their eyes and did not want to watch this battle. In the martial arts field, Zhang Xiang slowly walked towards Hui Yuan with a gloomy expression. What he hated the most was people telling him what to do. However, there were thousands of Shattering Cloud sect disciples sitting outside the arena. He could not vent his anger on them. However, there was a very good target for him to vent his anger on. Hui Yuan. Now I'll give you a chance. Get out of the arena yourself. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Zhang Xiang said to Hui Yuan, who was already at the end of his rope. Humph! Hui Yuan did not refute. He only snorted. Zhou Tsang had already reminded him that Zhang Xiang was a martial artist in the middle stage of the 8th level of the martial path. He was 1 level higher than him. Moreover, he had already consumed a lot of spiritual energy and physical strength. Therefore, it was impossible for him to win this battle. However, due to the rules of the competition, he wanted to exhaust his opponent's spiritual energy as much as possible. In that case, I won't hold back. Zhang Xiang's eyes flashed. His 3 junior brothers had been injured and defeated by Hui Yuan. Therefore, he was here to get back his face. The Shattering Sky sect could not be humiliated anymore. If you're ready, let's begin. The guardian elder at the side said. Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Xiang's figure flashed as he dashed toward Hui Yuan. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was unsheathed with a clang sound. The body of the sword sparkled under the sunlight, giving off a strange light. It was obviously an expensive upper-grade ordinary weapon. Hui Yuan practiced martial arts with his bare hands and feet. Compared to those who used weapons, it was much weaker. After all, a good weapon could increase the strength of his spiritual energy by a lot. Hui Yuan's face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to try blocking a few times, but when Zhang Xiang rushed in front of him, Zhang Xiang's figure suddenly left an afterimage. What? Hui Yuan's eyes widened. When he came to his senses, he felt a pain in his abdomen. Rip! Zhang Xiang's long sword pierced through Hui Yuan's body and directly penetrated his body. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Humph! Zhang Xiang snorted coldly. He suddenly pulled out his long sword and immediately stabbed a few more times. Hui Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of disbelief. Zhang Xiang's realm was only 1 level higher than his. How could he instantly kill him? Chapter 82. Is it a level 9 movement technique? Hui Yuan thought to himself. Then he closed his eyes and passed out. If we weren't in the arena, you would be dead. Zhang Xiang snorted. Senior Hua. The crowd burst into an uproar when they saw Hui Yuan fall in the arena. Hui Yuan was pierced by a few swords. Could he be dead? Why didn't the guardian elder stop him? Zhang Xiang wins. The guardian elder announced. He didn't stop Zhang Xiang because he saw that the wounds were not fatal. As long as they were treated properly, Hui Yuan's life would not be in danger. Ding Long and Su Sheng immediately jumped into the arena when they saw this. However, they didn't have any healing pills on them. They panicked when they saw a large amount of blood oozing out from the wounds. "Give this to Senior Hua." Yixian suddenly jumped into the arena and threw a white jade bottle to Ding Long. It was the 100-flower dew that was worth 1 devouring point. Ding Long didn't think much of it. He immediately helped Hua Yuan up and poured the 100-flower dew into his mouth. In an instant, the amount of blood flowing out from the wounds rapidly decreased. What a miraculous healing pill! Ding Long and Su Shang were shocked. Even Zhang Xiang was shocked. This was the first time they had seen a healing pill that worked so well and was so fast. However, this wasn't the time to ask about it. Su Shang hurriedly carried Hua Yuan down the arena. Elder Bai Lai also rushed forward and began to treat Hua Yuan. As for Ding Long, he stayed in the arena. The disciples of the sky-cracking sect are indeed ruthless. "Zhang Xiang, your next opponent is me." Ding Long, who was ranked 3rd in the inner sect, snorted coldly. "Don't worry. You will end up like him," Zhang Xiang said. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Yixian. "Loser. Why are you looking at me? If you want to fight me, you have to win 3 more rounds. However, I'll warn you first. If you see me, you will die miserably." Yixian suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said coldly. He then turned around and left the arena. Obviously, Zhang Xiang was venting his anger on Hua Yuan, which made Yixian very angry. In just a month, Zhang Xiang had broken through from the peak of the 7th stage to the middle of the 8th stage. His aptitude was also rare. When a martial artist was young, the speed at which they broke through was the fastest. Because the meridians had yet to form, breaking through twice a month was still understandable. However, how could Zhang Xiang have known that Yixian was no longer in the same realm as before? "Humph, don't worry. I will defeat you and avenge my humiliation," Zhang Xiang said in his heart as he retreated to the back. However, his actions had already aroused the anger of the surrounding Shattering Cloud sect disciples. "Senior Brother Ding. Defeat him and avenge Senior Brother Hua. Win my ass. Cripple Zhang Xiang. That's the only way to vent our anger. Cripple him." Zhang Xiang glanced at his surroundings and revealed a look of disdain. The crowd was immersed in the cheers. Cripple him? How many of the disciples present could do that? The mountain-guarding elder also heard the shouts, but he didn't care. He just said calmly, "Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiang's figure quickly swept out again. Rip, rip, rip. In the next few seconds, a crisp sound was continuously heard. When everyone reacted, they saw that Zhang Xiang had already appeared in front of Ding Long. His long sword had already pierced through Ding Long's body. Ding Long's clothes were already stained with blood. Like Hua Yuan, he had been stabbed by Zhang Xiang. Gulp. Ding Long couldn't believe it, but the intense pain in his body made him believe that the gap between him and Zhang Xiang was so big. Instant kill. Hua Yuan was instantly killed because he had fought 3 rounds and was injured. His physical strength and spiritual power were also greatly depleted. However, Ding Long was in his peak state, but he was still instantly killed by Zhang Xiang, which was enough to prove that Zhang Xiang's strength was extraordinary. "Zhang Xiang wins," the mountain-guarding elder's voice sounded. The whole place was silent. "Impossible, this is impossible. This ugly guy actually killed Senior Brother Ding in an instant. How is this possible?" Everyone didn't quite believe it, but that was the truth. Ding Long was carried down by Su Shang, and then the former's master hurried over to treat him. However, his injuries were the same as Hua Yuan's. He would probably have to recuperate in bed for at least a month. "Senior Brother Su, I think you shouldn't fight in the next round." At this time, Yixian suddenly said to Su Shang, "No, I want to avenge Senior Brother Hua and Junior Brother Ding." Su Shang said firmly, "But in my opinion, Zhang Xiang used a 9th-grade movement technique. His speed is definitely not something you can catch up with." Yixian frowned. In fact, Su Shang had already guessed that his opponent used a 9th-grade movement technique, but how could he back down under the gaze of so many disciples? "Junior Brother Yi, even if I lose, I can't back down. What's more, I can consume some of his spiritual power for you. Even if I have to pay a heavy price, I'm willing," Su Shang said solemnly. Yixian was very moved after hearing this. However, what Huiyuan and Ding Long drank just now was the 100-flower dew that he had exchanged with devouring points. If Su Shang was stabbed 7 or 8 times, he would also need the 100-flower dew. That was 3 devouring points. Forget it. Forget it. Now that I have so many points, I'll help you. Yixian didn't stop him. Anyway, the mountain guarding elder was watching, so Su Shang shouldn't have any accidents. Su Shang finally went up. Humph. Another one who's not afraid of death is here. Zhang Xiang snorted. The battle began. As expected, Su Shang didn't last long and was also defeated. His injuries were exactly the same as Huiyuan and Ding Long's, but his life wasn't in danger. Sigh. I spent another bottle of 100-flower dew. Yixian felt very helpless. Su Shang was carried off the stage again, and the atmosphere was a little tense. Just now, Huiyuan won 3 in a row, and now Zhang Xiang also won 3 in a row. Moreover, it was effortless. However, the next battle was Guan Yulan. The disciples were very confident in Guan Yulan's strength, but against Zhang Xiang, her chances of winning were less than 10%. Zhang Xiang was as ugly as a pig, and most people wouldn't want to take a second look at him. However, if he fought against the goddess of the Shattering Cloud sect, Guan Yulan, what would happen? Most importantly, the disciples didn't want to see Guan Yulan being stabbed by Zhang Xiang. Senior Sister Guan, let's surrender this battle. Immediately, someone shouted, indicating that Guan Yulan should surrender. Guan, Yulan, this Zhang Xiang isn't a good person. I'm afraid he won't show you any mercy. You better not go up. Let me take revenge for Senior Brother Hua and the others. Yixian said with some worry. Chapter 83. If you dare to ignore me, then come down. Yixian grabbed Guan Yulan and dragged her back with brute force. I'm also a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. Guan Yulan looked at Yixian and said slowly. This sentence was also the crux of the matter. This competition was related to the face of the Shattering Cloud sect. Over the years, there had never been a situation where the two sects had admitted defeat. Could it be that this time it was going to be broken? Yixian looked at Guan Yulan's face and hesitated. He wasn't related to Guan Yulan, so he couldn't stop her from making a decision. However, he was still a man. How could he let a girl get hurt? At this moment, Zhang Xiang's face twisted and he scolded. Shattering Cloud sect, are you still going to fight? If you don't dare, then admit defeat. Why are you dragging this out? At this moment, Zhang Xiang was in a very bad mood. This was because Yixian had previously stolen his fiancée, given him a green hat, and even ruined his father's plan. Therefore, Zhang Xiang had wanted to kill Yixian for a long time. However, he didn't dare to do it because of Yixian's identity. Today, after seeing the relationship between Yixian and Guan Yulan, he was even more jealous. He had already made the decision to torture Guan Yulan in the arena. The word protective didn't suit him. He just wanted to wash away his shame. Yixian looked at Zhang Xiang through Guan Yulan's body and made the decision in his heart. Okay. Be careful. Yixian reminded him. With the peak 10th stage martial path elder, Guan Yulan's life wouldn't be in danger. Moreover, the devouring system had better healing medicine than the 100-flower dew, so Guan Yulan was relatively safe. When Guan Yulan entered the arena, the crowd cheered again. Some of the surrounding disciples praised Guan Yulan's courage for not being afraid of danger, while some prayed for her. Only a small number of people believed that Guan Yulan could defeat Zhang Xiang. When Guan Yulan entered the arena, Zhang Xiang snorted coldly and said, Miss, don't think that I'll show you mercy because you're a girl. However, I'll give you a chance. It's not too late for you to go down now. Please. Guan Yulan didn't say anything. She swung her long sword and got into a battle stance. Fine, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A fierce look flashed across Zhang Xiang's eyes. After seeing Guan Yulan, he had an idea in his mind. The mountain guarding elder also took a deep look at Guan Yulan. The latter was the adopted daughter of the Shattering Cloud sect's sect master. If she was injured, it would be difficult for him to explain it to the sect master. Therefore, he had to be more cautious in this battle to prevent any accidents from happening. Begin. As soon as the elder's voice rang out, Zhang Xiang took a big stride forward. The deacons, mentors, and elders of the Shattering Cloud sect all held their breaths. Whether or not they could withstand Zhang Xiang's first round of attacks was the key. However, to their surprise, Zhang Xiang's approach this time was not the same as before. He wasn't going to defeat Guan Yulan in one go. Instead, he wanted to humiliate her. Zhang Xiang instantly rushed in front of Guan Yulan and casually thrust his sword. His attack was so fast that Guan Yulan couldn't react in time. Rip! A crisp sound was heard. Guan Yulan wasn't hurt. Only her white robe was pierced by the long sword. Guan Yulan's face was cold. She could feel Zhang Xiang's power. He wasn't someone she could fight against. However, when she thought about Hui Yuan and the other two's miserable state, a wave of anger surged in her heart. She raised her hand and attacked Zhang Xiang. Humph, you overestimate yourself. How dare you counterattack? Zhang Xiang snorted and dodged the attack. Rip! Another crisp sound was heard. Guan Yulan's robe was pierced, revealing her fair skin. Fortunately, it was only her arm. Yixian knew what Zhang Xiang was going to do. Guan Yulan was injured and defeated. That was a small matter. But if she was stripped naked in front of everyone, it would be a big deal. How could Guan Yulan not know Zhang Xiang's plan? However, with her strength, she did not have the strength to fight back at all. Rip! In the blink of an eye, Guan Yulan's arms were exposed. Her long sleeves turned into short sleeves. F***CK. How could Zhang Xiang be so dirty? Damn it, how dare he do that to Senior Sister Guan? What a beast. Senior Sister Guan, just admit defeat. The disciples in the stands couldn't stand it anymore. Although they were looking forward to it, they were still rational. Zhang Xiang knew that if he stripped Guan Yulan naked today, it would cause public outrage. But who was he? He was a disciple of the Sky-Cracking sect. Fan Yu had once broken the meridians of the Sky-Cracking sect's vice-sect leader Zhou disciple. Wasn't he still alive? Little girl, how dare you stand so close to Yixian? I'll strip you naked and give you an appetizer. Zhang Xiang's eyes flashed. He pointed his long sword at Guan Yulan's chest. H***T. Guan Yulan's face sank. She knew that she wouldn't be able to dodge this sword. If Zhang Xiang's evil plan succeeded, then she would lose all her face. The mountain guardian elder had already made his preparations. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw another figure charging at Guan Yulan. Swoosh! Zhang Xiang's long sword stabbed out, but it missed. Guan Yulan, who was standing in front of him, suddenly turned into a shadow and was stabbed by him. Then she disappeared. Guan Yulan's original body appeared on the other side. What? Impossible, how could she dodge my sword? Zhang Xiang was shocked. He was about to succeed, but why did something unexpected happen? He turned around in shock and found that Guan Yulan was in a man's arms. This man was Yixian. After realizing Zhang Xiang's intention, Yixian was ready to make a move. He couldn't stand it anymore and broke the rules to save Guan Yulan. Yixian, what are you doing? Zhang Xiang asked in shock. He was in the middle of a battle. Yixian suddenly went on stage, which obviously broke the rules. At the same time, Li Haodong's expression changed. He shouted, Sect Leader Zhou, what's going on? This kid still made a move, Zhou Tsong said in his heart. Then, he said loudly, the Shattering Cloud sect admits defeat. Zhou Tsong's expression didn't look good. Guan Yulan was the adopted daughter of the Shattering Cloud sect's sect leader. Her identity was special. Even if Yixian didn't make a move, the Guardian Elder would have made a move. No matter who made a move, the result would be the same. Admit defeat. Chapter 84. The competition between the two sects had been held more than 10 times, but no one had ever admitted defeat. This time, Zhou Tsong's admission of defeat shocked many people. One had to know that Zhou Tsong did not admit defeat even when his disciples' meridians were broken by Fan Yu. Humph! Since you've admitted defeat, then let's forget about this matter. Li Haodong snorted and stopped pursuing the matter. He also knew of Guan Yulan's special identity. Just now, he was really afraid that the mountain guarding elder wouldn't be able to react in time and Zhang Xiang would succeed. Then, this matter would be blown up. After all, the Shattering Cloud sect still had a true spirit realm sect master. After Zhou Tsong's voice fell, everyone in the audience heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. However, their attention was instantly attracted by another matter. What a fast speed. This Yi Xian's speed is actually faster than Zhang Xiang's? So he's that strong. We're saved. We're saved. Yi Xian can definitely defeat this ugly bastard. Didn't he take pills to advance? Why is he so strong? Someone asked. At this time, a nearby elder explained, taking pills to forcibly raise one's cultivation level is harmful to those with poor aptitude. However, true geniuses have extraordinary refining abilities, so the effects of pills on them are very small. This elder was Elder Bai Lai, the one who sent Huo Yuan away for treatment. After hearing his words, the disciples were enlightened. So Yi Xian, who they thought was trash, was actually a genius? However, they couldn't be blamed. After all, even the elder had misjudged him. A genius like him was 1 in a million. In the arena, due to Yi Xian's forceful intervention, Guan Yulan was saved. Zhang Xiang's anger rose instantly. He was so close to succeeding and could have shredded all of Guan Yulan's clothes. Unfortunately, although he had accumulated a lot of resentment, Zhang Xiang didn't say anything. After all, Li Haodong didn't pursue the matter. Consider yourselves lucky, Zhang Xiang said as he retreated back to his seat. After what happened just now, he didn't dare to underestimate Yi Xian. It turned out that Yi Xian's strength had improved a lot in the past month. Yi Xian's speed really scared him. However, he was here to take revenge. How could he back down? You can go down first. I'll take care of him, Yi Xian said slowly as he let go of Guan Yulan's waist. Okay, be careful. Guan Yulan's face turned red as she replied softly and ran down the arena. She was very confident in Yi Xian's strength. After the last mission at Blackwater Mountain, she had broken through a realm, but Yi Xian had broken through a total of 2 times. Furthermore, when she gave him the points, Yi Xian was already at the peak of the 8th level of the martial Dao. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 9th level of the martial Dao. This kind of strength was enough to beat up Zhang Xiang, who was in the 8th realm. It's finally your turn. Today I will take revenge for what happened that day. I will cripple your meridians and then take care of the Shui family and your Yi family. Don't worry, I will take care of your women one by one. Zhang Xiang looked at Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. Don't worry, I will beat you until you can't even shout out your defeat. Yi Xian replied coldly. Previously, in the City of Gold, he had only taught Zhang Xiang a lesson. However, this time he had the intention to kill. Zhang Xiang was too arrogant and his methods were ruthless. Yi Xian had to let him know that there were some people he couldn't touch. What arrogance! Today, I will experience the strength of the disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect's vice sect master. After saying that, Zhang Xiang rushed towards Yi Xian with his sword. Before the mountain guarding elder shouted, he had already made his move. However, the mountain guarding elder didn't stop him and just silently retreated. He saw that Yi Xian was ready. He could feel the murderous aura. Xiao! Xiao! The moment Zhang Xiang moved, Yi Xian also moved. The 2 figures faced each other at an extremely fast speed. Not many people could see their movements clearly. They could only see a series of afterimages. Go, kill Zhang Xiang. Senior brother Yi. Kill him and let him know whose territory this is. Cripple his meridians. The entire martial arts training field suddenly burst into an uproar. Everyone was supporting Yi Xian. Zhang Xiang's previous methods were too crude, which caused the crowd to be angry. Although Zhang Xiang had broken through twice in a month, Yi Xian wasn't the same as he was a month ago. Currently, he was at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path, which was 1 stage higher than Zhang Xiang. Moreover, with the addition of the 100 Beast bloodline and the wind-chasing leopard bloodline, he could catch up to Zhang Xiang, who was using a 9th stage martial art if he used the 7th stage martial art, Netherworld Steps. If he used the 9th stage martial art, Heavenly Illusion martial art, he could instantly kill Zhang Xiang. However, Zhang Xiang was so arrogant. He injured Huo Yuan and the other 2 and almost tore Guan Yulan's clothes. How could Yi Xian let Zhang Xiang lose so easily? Boom! The two figures came into contact, and in an instant, a violent muffled sound rang out. The two figures on the stage suddenly stopped. Yi Xian's fist had already landed on Zhang Xiang's abdomen. The entire crowd went silent. Instant kill? No, not yet. Zhang Xiang could still move. Die! Zhang Xiang was hit by the fist and felt his stomach churn. However, he still stabbed with his sword. At such a close distance, it was impossible for him to hurt Yi Xian. I told you, I will beat you until you can't even shout out your surrender. Yi Xian's cold voice suddenly rang in Zhang Xiang's ears. Following that, the latter felt a sharp pain in his throat. It was as if his head was hit by a rock. Kacha! With a crisp sound, Zhang Xiang's body flew out horizontally. A pool of blood floated in the air. His throat was hit by Yi Xian's fist. It was so painful that he couldn't speak. This was after Yi Xian showed mercy. Otherwise, this punch would have been enough to break his throat. Show! Without waiting for Zhang Xiang to react, Yi Xian rushed out again. This time, he didn't use his fist, but his finger technique. 8th stage martial art, heavenly crippling finger. In an instant, Yi Xian's hands were like a machine gun. They flashed rapidly. Every time they landed on Zhang Xiang's body, Zhang Xiang would let out a painful whimper. The heavenly crippling finger was a martial art from the Shattering Cloud sect. Although it wasn't very powerful, this martial art was very special. It recorded some other things. Chapter 85. 6. 18. 36. 54. 72. The heavenly crippling finger had a total of 72 fingers, which corresponded to 72 parts of the human body. These 72 parts were not fatal, but they could bring intense pain. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist could withstand up to 36 fingers, but there were not many who could withstand up to 54 fingers. It was extremely rare to be able to withstand all 72 fingers, and Zhang Xiang was one of them. I didn't expect your willpower to be so strong. Let me do it again. Seeing that Zhang Xiang was still standing unsteadily, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. His body flashed as he performed the heavenly crippling finger on Zhang Xiang's body again. Zhang Xiang was in so much pain that he wanted to scream. However, his throat was injured, so he could only whimper. Woo woo. If Zhang Xiang's gaze could kill, Yi Xian would have died 100 times. However, a gaze could not kill. Still not unconscious? Get lost. Zhang Xiang's willpower shocked Yi Xian. However, the latter also understood that Zhang Xiang was able to hold on until now because of his deep resentment. Yi Xian was still angry, so he performed the heavenly crippling finger on the same spot again. This time, it was the third time. Zhang Xiang endured the pain and crazily stabbed at Yi Xian's afterimage. However, not a single one of his swords hit him. All of them missed. He was furious. After the third time, he was still standing on the stage and did not fall down. His entire body had been shot into a sieve by the finger force. His clothes had been dyed red, and a thick smell of blood spread out. It was very wretched. I'm too lazy to beat you up. Get lost. Yi Xian suddenly remembered that Zhang Xiang was only the fourth person in the sky-splitting sect. There was a stronger opponent waiting for him. Hence, he had to conserve his spiritual energy to avoid any accidents. Pang! He kicked Zhang Xiang in the stomach. There were several wounds on the latter's abdomen. After being kicked, blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. Plop! Zhang Xiang drew a parabola in the air and landed on the ground. His long sword fell beside him. Although he had cultivated a 9th-grade movement technique, he could only use it to suppress Huiyuan and the others. Against Yi Xian, he was completely powerless. If we weren't in the arena, you would already be a dead man. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart and slowly walked towards Zhang Xiang. He didn't want to beat him up again, he just wanted to go down. Although the heavenly crippling finger was not fatal, there were still a few spots that were very important to a warrior. Zhang Xiang had been rotated by the heavenly crippling finger 3 times, and several of his meridians had been severed. His future training would be very troublesome. Yi Xian wins. The mountain guardian elder looked at Zhang Xiang, who was groaning and bleeding on the ground, and immediately announced, Yi Xian's footsteps were neither fast nor slow. When he passed by Zhang Xiang, he also quietly said a few words. Although Zhang Xiang couldn't speak, he could still hear it. When he heard this, his expression immediately changed and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Yi Xian gradually walked away. At this moment, Zhang Xiang mustered all his strength to get up. He picked up the long sword that had fallen on the ground and rushed towards Yi Xian. The long sword was filled with a large amount of spiritual energy. This sword was aimed at Yi Xian's heart. If it hit, even Yi Xian would die on the spot. "Be careful," Guan Yulan hurriedly shouted when she saw Zhang Xiang suddenly get up from behind Yi Xian. Not only that, but all the disciples in the arena also stood up and shouted. These two words echoed throughout the entire training grounds. "Be careful." However, before these two words could be heard, a figure flew out and landed at the edge of the arena. To be precise, it landed in front of the sky-cracking sect's ace, Fan Yu. This figure was Zhang Xiang. However, at that moment, his eyes were wide open and his expression was stiff. A large hole had been blasted into his left chest. Zhang Xiang was dead. The entire arena fell silent. It was dead silent. Injuries were inevitable in the competition between the two sections. However, this was the first time someone had died. Fan Yu from the sky-cracking sect touched the blood on his cheek and took a few steps forward to check his injuries. He then shook his head. "How foolish. I fell into his trap." After saying this, Fan Yu smiled at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was strong enough to be his opponent since he could smash a person's heart with one punch. He wasn't very interested in this match, so he had been resting with his eyes closed under the stage. But now his interest was piqued. Senior Brother Zhang. Zhang Xiang's body lay quietly at the edge of the arena. The other three people from the sky-cracking sect immediately rushed over. Li Haodong and the elders of the sky-cracking sect also stood up from the eastern stands. Even Zhou Cong and the others did the same. This scene happened so quickly that even they didn't expect it. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiang would suddenly attack Yi Xian with a sword after announcing his victory? "Stinking brat! I want you to pay with your life." Suddenly, a figure flashed out from behind Li Haodong. He directly jumped down from the 10-meter-tall viewing platform and quickly charged towards Yi Xian. He was Zhang Xiang's master, Husun. The moment Zhang Xiang died, Zhou Cong knew that he was in trouble. However, there was still an expert from the sky-cracking cloud sect in the arena. He immediately shouted, "Guardian Elder! Stop him!" Husun saw that his disciple was dead and wanted Yi Xian to pay with his life. However, at this moment, the Guardian Elder suddenly rushed forward and stretched out his withered right hand. Bang! Although Husun was also in the 10th realm of the martial path, he was still weaker than the Guardian Elder, who was at the peak of the 10th realm. Therefore, he was forced to take a few steps back. "Get out of my way!" Looking at the withered elder, Husun's face darkened. He knew that this elder was an expert from the sky-cracking cloud sect, second only to the sect leader and the vice-sect leader. "Your Excellency, what do you want to do?" The Guardian Elder looked at Husun and asked slowly. "Of course I want to kill that stinking brat and avenge my disciple." Husun gritted his teeth and answered, "That won't do." The Guardian Elder didn't waste any time and rejected him directly. "Then you can try." Without saying anything, they immediately started fighting. In an instant, Husun started attacking the Guardian Elder crazily. At this moment, some of the elders from the sky-cracking sect on the eastern platform were waiting for Li Haodong's instructions. This was the first time that a death had occurred in the competition between the two sections. It was up to the vice-sect leader, Li Haodong, to decide what to do. "Sect leader Zhou, you have guts. How dare you kill a disciple of the sky-cracking sect?" Li Haodong was the vice-sect leader and had an extraordinary status. He still maintained his rationality. Chapter 86. When Yi Xian was ambushed, it was out of Zhou Cong's expectations. His heart almost stopped beating. Fortunately, Yi Xian was fine. Otherwise, he would have immediately ordered Li Haodong and the others to be killed. Careless? Sect leader Zhou, do you think I didn't see it? When that kid passed by Zhang Xiang, he said something to provoke Zhang Xiang to ambush him. Li Haodong said. When the surrounding people heard this, They were stunned, as expected of a martial artist who was half a step into the true spirit realm. He actually noticed this. One had to know that not many people present saw it. Hehe, this is indeed true. But sect leader Li, how do you know what Yi Xian said? Zhou Tsang revealed a smile. Although this incident was caused by the Shattering Cloud sect, the Shattering Cloud sect was in the wrong. Humph. Then I'll listen to what he said. Li Haodong was actually not very sure. When Yi Xian spoke, his expression was as calm as water. Perhaps it was because Zhang Xiang couldn't bear the humiliation and Yi Xian exposed his back. That was why he wanted to ambush him. Elder Hu, stop first. Li Haodong shouted and jumped down with the others. Hu soon was exchanging blows with the mountain guardian elder. He was shocked to find that even if he split into 3 bodies, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to the mountain guardian elder. Sect leader, you have to avenge my disciple. Hu soon saw that there was no hope for him to break through. He immediately rushed to Li Haodong's side with snot and tears. Let's not talk about this for now. Li Haodong snorted. Under the vigilance of Zhou Tsang and the others, they first went to check Zhang Xiang's body and found that he was already dead. Then Zhou Tsang called Yi Xian over. Why did you kill him? Li Haodong asked directly. However, he also used some tricks to ask this question. Senior, you must have seen what happened just now. Zhang Xiang launched a sneak attack on me first. I panicked and threw out a punch, accidentally killing him. Yi Xian wouldn't foolishly say that he intended to kill Zhang Xiang. He immediately explained what happened. Yes, this was all part of his plan. He deliberately lured Zhang Xiang into ambushing him. However, as long as he didn't admit it, what could Li Haodong do to him? Then what did you say to him just now? Li Haodong continued to ask. Yi Xian lightly smiled and said, This brat only said 1 sentence. If you do too much injustice, you will die. Are you sure? Li didn't believe him. Yi Xian must have said something to provoke Zhang Xiang to ambush him. For example, of this word stand up and kill me if use, of course. Of the words is of his words. Of heavens was but. And of the of Li, SSS of but, S. Li XSA of S. And Li's Yi. TSSSSS, S. Of S. SSS. Was. S. Zhang Xiang's death was in vain. Brat. I'm going to kill you. At that moment, Elder Hu of the Sky-Cracking sect suddenly charged at Yi Xian with a claw. How dare you? A cold voice rang out as Elder Hu was sent flying. However, the person who sent him flying was none other than the vice-sect leader of the Sky-Cracking sect, Li Haodong. This time, the Sky-Cracking sect was in the wrong. It wasn't worth it to start a war between the Sky-Cracking sect and the Shattering Cloud sect just to avenge Zhang Xiang. If a fight really broke out, none of them would be able to leave the Shattering Cloud sect. After all, there were thousands of disciples here. Apart from that, there were also deacons at least in the 8th realm of the martial path, instructors at the 9th realm, and elders at the 10th realm. Just Zhou Tsang and the mountain guarding elder were enough to make them suffer, let alone the others. Sect leader, who soon was surprised. The Sky-Cracking sect was much stronger than the Shattering Cloud sect. They didn't need to be afraid of the Shattering Cloud sect. Elder Hu, it was Zhang Xiang who launched a sneak attack. He deserved to die, Li Haodong said as he gave Hu Sun a look. Although Zhang Xiang was dead, there was still Fan Yu. With his strength in the 9th realm of the martial path, he could definitely avenge Zhang Xiang. Wasn't this a good thing? When Hu Sun saw Li Haodong's look, he suddenly understood. If Fan Yu dealt with Yi Xian, they could avenge Zhang Xiang and avoid a war between the 2 sections. What was the difference between turning a martial artist into a cripple and killing him? As long as Yi Xian was crippled, the Shattering Cloud sect would definitely abandon him. When that time came, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? However, they still had to face another problem. Would the Shattering Cloud sect accept the challenge? Sect leader Zhou, are you still going to fight the 5th round? If not, our Sky-Cracking sect will have 6 consecutive victories. Li Haodong suddenly turned around and asked. Zhou Tsang was now hesitating. The 5th round was definitely very dangerous. Moreover, Fan Yu might very well torture Yi Xian at all costs. Yi Xian was a very important part of his plan. If Yi Xian died or was crippled, his plan would have to start all over again. Fight, of course we'll fight. Before Zhou Tsang could start, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward and said, "What a joke. As long as he defeated Fan Yu, he would be able to obtain 300 million taels of silver. With these 300 million taels of silver, he would definitely be able to break through to the mid-stage of the 9th realm of the martial path." Yi Xian Yu? Zhou Tsang was shocked. He believed in Yi Xian's talent, but this Fan Yu in front of him wasn't someone to be trifled with. If Fan Yu hadn't been in the sky-cracking sect all year round, he would definitely have secretly captured him. "Master, I will be careful," Yi Xian said solemnly. Zhou Tsang furrowed his brows. He really didn't want to let Yi Xian fight. Even though he would be able to obtain 1 billion taels of silver, if anything happened to Yi Xian, his losses would be even greater. "All right." Zhou Tsang nodded in the end because he had decided to personally guard the stage with the Mountain Guardian Elder. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to Yi Xian. "Haha. Sect leader Zhou is really courageous. Let's go." Li Haodong laughed loudly as he led the group to the bottom of the stage. Then he said a few words to Fan Yu. Zhou Tsang also gave the Mountain Guardian Elder a look. Yi Xian was the Shattering Cloud sect's hope, and even more so, his hope. Nothing must happen to him. The others also slowly walked down the stage. "Be careful," Guan Yulan reminded him and left as well. As a result, there were only 3 people left on the stage: Yi Xian, Fan Yu, and the Mountain Guardian Elder who was acting as the referee. "I didn't expect you to have already reached the peak of the 8th realm of the martial path. No wonder you were able to kill junior brother Zhang. However, if that's all you have, you should get off the stage. If I were to attack, you would definitely be crippled." Chapter 87. Yi Xian looked at Fan Yu and said slowly, "We'll know who's going to be crippled after we fight. Also, your smile is very fake. Can you stop smiling? I'm getting goosebumps." Hearing this, the smile on Fan Yu's face froze and was replaced by a ferocious expression. "Since you want to follow in your senior brother's footsteps, I'll fulfill your wish." Fan Yu did not want to waste time with Yi Xian. He glanced at the Guardian Elder. "Let's begin," the Guardian Elder announced. Whoosh! As soon as he said that, Fan Yu's hands turned into claws and instantly turned into a cheetah. He pounced on Yi Xian. His weapons were his hands. He wanted to use these hands to break all of Yi Xian's meridians. So fast! Fan Yu's speed shocked Yi Xian. He was at least twice as fast as Zhang Xiang. This Fan Yu is really something. His speed is so fast. Yi Xian's heart sank. Fan Yu's speed was comparable to his explosive thunderstep speed. However, the current him possessed a 9th-grade movement technique martial art. In an instant, Yi Xian also exploded with speed and came into contact with Fan Yu. Boom! In the arena, the air billowed and dust filled the air. Even the Guardian Elder could not see clearly. However, the surrounding disciples suddenly cried out in alarm. "Senior brother Yi! Kill him! Yes, kill him and let our Shattering Cloud sect win this time. Beat him until he's crippled." The disciples had already acknowledged Yi Xian's position. They waved their fists and shouted, as if they wanted to see the world burn. However, Zhou Tsang's expression was not so good. He did not expect such a thing to happen at the beginning. What if Yi Xian was crippled by Fan Yu during this period of time? However, the competition had just begun. Was he going to admit defeat? At this moment, the sound of spiritual energy colliding came from the center of the dust-filled arena. Boom! 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 The muffled sound was like thunder. The people below the arena held their breaths. They could no longer see with their eyes. They could only listen with their ears. Zhou Tsang hurriedly gave the Guardian Elder a look. After the latter understood, he slapped the arena. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled in the arena and swept the dust away. The dust was blown away by the wind. 2 figures came into everyone's sight. But when they saw the situation in the arena clearly, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. To hell, one figure was retreating back while the other was attacking. Who was being beaten? Of course, Fan Yu. Good, Beat him. Beat him to death. Good job, senior martial brother Yi. Kill this smiling brat. Revenge for senior brother Yang's name Yang's. The atmosphere of the audience instantly rose to a whole new level. All the disciples were screaming at the top of their lungs because this time, the Shattering Cloud sect was going to make a comeback. Impossible. Fan Yu is in the 9th level of the martial path. That kid is only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial path. How could Fan Yu be beaten back? Below the arena, the experts from the heaven-splitting sect were completely shocked. Although some of the people they brought to the heaven-splitting sect were not ranked, Fan Yu was different. He was the first disciple of the heaven-splitting sect. However, this first disciple was being attacked crazily. He looked like he was going to die. This kid's physique is extraordinary. He must have tempered his body. It must be. Li Haodong exclaimed. Martial artists who tempered their bodies had stronger physiques than ordinary people. However, those who tempered their bodies had extremely strong willpower. Such people were also 1 in a million. Boom! In the arena, Fan Yu was suddenly punched by Yi Xian and flew 10 meters away. Fan Yu, is this all you've got? You're 1 level higher than me. Turns out that you're just a paper tiger. Yi Xian did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked very disdainful. This was not the first time he had challenged someone of a higher level. He had originally thought that Fan Yu had some strength. However, he had never expected that Fan Yu would be as shy as a kitten in front of him. Fan Yu also did not expect that Yi Xian's strength would exceed his expectations. He did not have the slightest advantage at the beginning of the 9th realm of the martial path. Yi Xian, I want you dead. At this time, Fan Yu suddenly shouted and rushed up again. His right hand had already turned into a claw. However, the spiritual power condensed on it made Yi Xian's expression freeze. A grade 10 martial technique? Yi Xian was shocked. Fan Yu's aptitude was not bad. He had actually managed to learn a grade 10 martial technique at the beginning of the 9th realm of the martial path. Oh no, Yi Xian, dodge quickly. Zhou Tsong, who was below the arena, shouted involuntarily. Fan Yu's cultivation level was already 1 level higher than Yi Xian's. Now that he had the boost of a grade 10 martial technique, Yi Xian would not be able to withstand it no matter what. The mountain guarding elder was already prepared to make a move. However, at that moment he saw Yi Xian suddenly smile. Hence, he paused for a moment and decided not to make a move. A grade 10 martial technique? You have to hit me first. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. In an instant, the strength of his spiritual power increased by 1 level. That's right. At this critical moment, he had devoured the treasures of heaven and earth hidden in the devouring space. These treasures had allowed him to break through. 9th realm of the martial path. Now he was at the same level as Fan Yu. They were both at the 9th realm of the martial path. Most importantly, after a martial artist broke through, their physique and spiritual power would increase exponentially. However, Yi Xian had broken through a major bottleneck. He had broken through from the peak of the 8th realm of the martial path to the 9th realm of the martial path. Hence, the increase was even greater. His current speed had far surpassed Fan Yu's. Yi Xian die. At some point, Fan Yu had leaped into the air. Suddenly, he made a grabbing motion with his right hand. 5 streaks of cold light flashed and instantly pierced through the arena. However, the scene of Yi Xian's body being torn apart did not occur. Yi Xian had already left before his attack arrived. What? Fan Yu's face was filled with shock. What his claw attack had swept past was actually Yi Xian's afterimage. Most importantly, Yi Xian's original body was already waiting for him below. Pa crawl! Fan Yu finally landed on the ground. At this moment, Yi Xian took a big stride forward and circled behind him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Yi Xian's cold voice rang out. In the next instant, Fan Yu felt a sharp pain in his arm. He instinctively looked over and saw a shocking scene. His left hand had been twisted into a fried dough twist. Crack! Before he could react, another pair of hands had already locked onto his right hand. He watched helplessly as his right hand turned 180 degrees, followed by 360 degrees. That was not all. 360 degrees was only half of it. 720 degrees. Crack, crack, crack. Chapter 88. Two different voices rang out, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. It all happened so quickly that no one could react in time. The only ones who could see Yi Xian's speed clearly were the elders in the 10th realm of the martial path. Even the instructors in the 9th realm could not see it clearly. What kind of speed was that? Ah! Fan Yu's scream suddenly became louder. Everyone looked over and realized that Fan Yu had collapsed on the ground. The soles of his feet had been trampled by Yi Xian. However, this was not the end. Yi Xian wanted to completely cripple Fan Yu. Now that he had already crippled both of Fan Yu's arms and one of his legs, there was only one last step left. Stop! At this moment, the experts of the Skycracking sect reacted. They immediately jumped into the arena and ran toward Yi Xian. At the same time, Zhou Cong and a few other elders also jumped into the arena. A great battle was about to begin. Brat! I'm going to kill you! Li Haodong roared. He abandoned his position as the vice-sect leader of the Skycracking sect and pounced toward Yi Xian. Sect leader Li, you have to get past me first. A figure appeared in front of him. It was Zhou Cong. Soon after, another figure flew over. It was the mountain guarding elder. Li Haodong stopped in his tracks as he faced two peak martial artists. He was at the same level as the two of them. His chances of winning were less than 30%. On the other side, the 5 elders of the Skycracking sect had been intercepted by the elders of the Skycracking sect. At the same time, the instructors, deacons, and even the disciples on the spectator stand all rushed down. Zhou Cong, are you trying to start a war between our sects? Li Haodong gritted his teeth and roared. This was because Fan Yu, who was being trampled by Yi Xian, was his disciple. If we wanted to start a war, we would have done so 2 years ago. Do you remember what Fan Yu did 2 years ago? Zhou Cong glared at him and asked. Li Haodong was stunned. 2 years ago, he had also brought a group of people to the Shattering Cloud sect to participate in the competition. At that time, Fan Yu had even beaten up Zhou Cong's disciple until his meridians were broken. This time, the one who was crippled was Fan Yu. It was truly the cycle of karma. For a moment, Li Haodong did not know what to say. At this time, Hu Sun suddenly said, "Bullshit. That kid even killed my disciple. He only has himself to blame." A voice drifted over. Everyone turned to look and saw Yi Xian dragging Fan Yu's body as he slowly walked over. Then, Yi Xian swung his right hand and threw Fan Yu in front of Li Haodong. Fan Yu? When Li Haodong saw Fan Yu's twisted arms and crushed legs, he immediately burst into tears. Sure enough, those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. That was what Zhou Cong and the others were thinking. They all understood that Yi Xian was avenging Huiyuan and the others, as well as his senior brother. Sect leader Li, Yi Xian killed one and crippled the other, but it's still acceptable. If you want to fight today, I, Bai Lai, will gladly oblige. Bai Lai also took a step forward and said. His first disciple, Huiyuan, had also been severely injured by Zhang Xiang. He would probably be bedridden for a month. That's right. Zhang Xiang launched a sneak attack first, so Yi Xian acted. Moreover, Yi Xian and Fan Yu were in the middle of a competition when you suddenly interfered. Therefore, it's your loss. As the judge of this competition, the elder who guarded the mountain finally spoke. The people from the Skycracking sect looked at each other. They were clearly the ones who had suffered a loss, but the Shattering Cloud sect was the one in the right. Good, very good. We won't let this matter rest. Let's go. Li Haodong still had some sense. He knew that they would not be able to achieve anything if they fought head-on, so he could only temporarily retreat. The people from the Skycracking sect left with Zhang Xiang's corpse and the crippled Fan Yu. As they left, Fan Yu was still screaming in pain. 2 of his arms and 1 of his legs had been crippled by Yi Xian. Unless he had some divine medicine, he could only lie on a bed for the rest of his life. Looking at the backs of the people from the Skycracking sect, the crowd was silent for a few seconds. Then it suddenly exploded. The Shattering Cloud sect won? After 5 consecutive losses, they finally won? Haha! Senior brother Yi is too strong. He actually beat up the chief disciple of the sky-cracking sect. But why did I hear that Fan Yu is a martial path 9th realm martial artist? Martial path 9th realm? Then senior brother Yi can defeat him. Could it be that, heavens, a martial path 9th realm martial artist can already be a mentor in the Shattering Cloud sect? Mentor this talent? The disciples were all dumbfounded. Yi Xian's talent had already exceeded their expectations. As for Zhou Cong and the others, they also could not imagine that Yi Xian could actually defeat a martial path 9th realm martial artist with a rank 10 martial art. How was this possible? Zhou Cong frowned and looked at Yi Xian. The latter had just fought a battle and had not yet retracted his aura. Therefore, Zhou Cong found a clue. What? Yi Xian, you have already broken through to the martial path 9th realm? Zhou Cong said in shock. Yi Xian was also slightly helpless. Since he had already been exposed, he could only nod and admit, I just broke through during the battle. What? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people all cried out in surprise. Broke through during the battle? How was this possible? The elders could not believe it and gathered around Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian had retracted his aura, they still felt it. He is indeed a martial path 9th realm martial artist. Oh my God! Have I been living like a dog for the past few decades? A 15-year-old martial path 9th realm martial artist, this is much stronger than Fan Yu. The person who said this was a middle-aged mentor. He was more than twice as old as Yi Xian. Generally, martial artists started learning from a young age. However, they had to wait until they were 7 years old. Even if Yi Xian started cultivating at the age of 7, it would only be 8 years. Which of the mentors present had not cultivated for more than 30 years? A true genius. Good, this is really good. At this time, Zhou Cong could not hide his joy and immediately laughed. The better Yi Xian's talent was, the happier he was. He was really happy. Today, the Shattering Cloud sect had escaped the fate of 5 consecutive losses and won 1 battle. Therefore, Zhou Cong immediately ordered a banquet to celebrate. The entire Shattering Cloud sect was filled with laughter. At the same time, the news that Yi Xian had become a mentor of the Shattering Cloud sect spread instantly. The mentors of the Shattering Cloud sect were given a fixed amount of points every month. Although it was only 300 points a month, it was still very good. However, Yi Xian compared this to the Xue family's consecrator and found that 3 million taels a month was not a lot. This was because Lian Yuan was given 10 million taels a month in the Xue family. However, the most important thing was yet to come. Previously, Zhou Cong had promised that as long as the Shattering Cloud sect won this time, he would privately give 30,000 points to Yi Xian. End of chapter. Chapter 89. 30,000 Shattering Cloud sect points was equivalent to 300 million taels of silver. Yi Xian had just devoured 10,000 Shattering Cloud sect points worth of treasures during his battle with Fan Yu. Now that he had another 30,000 points, he could definitely break through to the mid-9th level of the martial path. That night, Zhou Cong called Yi Xian to his courtyard. Yi Xian, I don't know what I did in my past life to be able to accept you as my disciple. Come, here are 30,000 points. I've already instructed you to take all the martial arts of the Shattering Cloud sect. Zhou Cong generously tossed Yi Xian a few points tokens. Thank you, master. Your disciple will definitely cultivate well. Yi Xian was grinning from ear to ear as he hurriedly put away the tokens. He had made a huge profit this time. Not only did he obtain 30,000 Shattering Cloud sect points, but he could also learn all the martial arts of the Shattering Cloud sect. One had to know that every 10th level martial arts was priceless. Their price was calculated in hundreds of millions. All right, you can go first. Zhou Cong nodded in satisfaction. Yi Xian took the 30,000 points and hurriedly left. Zhou Cong had invested a lot in him. Before the Shattering Sky Sect's bet had arrived, he had already put up his own bet. The reason why he took out so many points at once was to allow Yi Xian to cultivate in peace in the Shattering Cloud sect for the next few days. A 15-year-old 9th level of the martial path. TSK. If I get this body, I can definitely break through to the true spirit realm before the age of 30. I can even aim for the true energy realm in my lifetime. It seems that it's time to prepare the last thing. Zhou Tsong's eyes emitted 2 rays of light as he disappeared from the courtyard. However, at this time, the ignorant Yi Xian had already gone to the alchemy hall and exchanged all 30,000 points for heavenly and earthly treasures. Then, he made a trip to the martial arts pavilion and took out the only 8 copies of the 10th grade martial arts. Just like before, Yi Xian hid these things in the devouring space. He would instantly devour them when he needed them. This way, he could hide his strength. As for the 10th grade martial arts, Yi Xian had no use for them at the moment, so he did not learn many of them. He only learned one movement martial art in case he needed it. He was now in the early 9th stage of the martial path. He could use a rank 10 martial art, but he could only last half a minute. After half a minute, his spirit force would be depleted. However, what made Yi Xian's balls hurt was that he had spent 100 devouring points to learn this grade 10 martial art. Therefore, he still had more than 500 devouring points and 300 million taels of silver worth of cultivation resources. Today was the 3rd day after the competition between the 2 sects, and it just so happened that it was a new month. Therefore, Yi Xian went to the alchemy hall to collect another 2,300 points worth of treasures and put them into his devouring space. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a problem. There was no need to store 300 million taels of silver in the devouring space. He only needed to devour 200 million taels of silver and leave 100 million in the devouring space. In that case, the 200 million heaven and earth treasures could be converted into spiritual energy, which could increase his strength by quite a bit. If he encountered trouble that he could not solve, he would devour the last 100 million taels of treasures and break through. After breaking through to the 9th stage of the martial path, the amount of heaven and earth treasures and divine weapons required increased. Therefore, Yi Xian had to start working hard to earn money. Otherwise, his strength would remain stagnant. Although he could collect more than 2,000 points worth of treasures every month, he could not stay in the Shattering Cloud sect all year round. In that case, he would need 1 or 2 years to break through. Therefore, he had to accept a mission and go down the mountain to gain experience. At this moment, he had already arrived at the Shattering Cloud sect's training hall. Instructor Yi, what kind of mission would you like to accept? The training hall's deacon asked respectfully. Now, the entire Shattering Cloud sect knew that Yi Xian had become an instructor, and he was no exception. Let me take a look first. Yi Xian was now in the 9th stage of the martial path, so he was qualified to accept a rank 9 mission. He flipped through the list of rank 9 missions and locked onto a material mission. This mission was issued by Elder Xie of the Alchemy Hall. It required the gallbladder of a flame python. At the same time, the mission stated that the flame python lived in a scorching place deep in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Rank 9 demonic beast, 1,500 points. Alright, I'll take it. Yi Xian immediately accepted this mission. This mission was not bad. He could earn money and collect demonic beast bloodlines at the same time. He could also visit the 1,000 Gold City and Lianyun City on the way. After accepting this rank 9 mission, Yi Xian was preparing to return to the courtyard to pack his luggage. However, just as he returned to the bamboo forest, he bumped into someone. Guan Yulan. After the competition between the 2 sects, Guan Yulan and Yi Xian's relationship had become much closer. It was only natural that they became friends. However, the strange thing was that every time Guan Yulan was with Yi Xian, she always felt a little uneasy. Yi Xian's eyesight was not bad. Naturally, he noticed this. Now, he was sure that Guan Yulan had fallen for him. You're going down the mountain to do a training mission? Guan Yulan asked in surprise. Yes, I accepted a rank 9 mission to go to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. It'll take about a month. Yi Xian walked over and nodded as he spoke. Guan Yulan hesitated for a moment before saying, Then wait for me. I'm going to accept a mission too. Let's go together. Oh sure. Yi Xian didn't even think before replying. Okay. Guan Yulan replied softly and then trotted away. Yi Xian looked at her back and revealed a confident smile. In his previous life, he was an otaku. Even goddesses were out of his reach. Who would have thought that after coming to this world, he would be so popular with women? In addition to Lu he also had a fake marriage with Xue Qingqing. Now, there was Guan Yulan who had a crush on him. I heard that you can have multiple wives in this world. TSK, 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 TSK. Xue Qingqing is still young. I can take Guan Yulan first. Yixuan looked at Guan Yulan's back and laughed foolishly. Not long after, Guan Yulan ran back. She accepted an rank 8 mission which was also issued by Elder Xie. It was also to hunt demonic beasts and collect materials. She also went with Yixuan to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Then they left the Shattering Cloud sect together. When the disciples saw the two leave together, some shook their heads in pity. Some felt that Yixuan and Guan Yulan were a good match. This time, Yixuan and Guan Yulan's destination was the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. However, because Guan Yulan was going with them, Yixuan could only go by horse. They spent a few days to reach the 9th mountain range of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Then they began to go deeper. Yulan, what demonic beast are you hunting? After entering the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, Yixuan turned around and asked. Chapter 90. Saber-toothed tiger? Let's go and complete your mission first. Yixuan said. When he first entered the Shattering Cloud sect, he had already killed a saber-toothed tiger, but it was a battle. Now, if he encountered a saber-toothed tiger again, he would be able to kill it with one punch. Okay. Guan Yulan nodded slightly. The saber-toothed tiger was an 8th rank monster, so they still had to go deeper into the mountains. A day later, they arrived at the 13th mountain range. Along the way, Yixuan encountered some monsters that he had never seen before. Of course, these monsters were all killed by Yixuan from a distance and the corpses were devoured. Although Guan Yulan was right beside him, Yixuan trusted her, so he gave her an excuse, which was the interspatial ring. Guan Yulan was also very surprised because an interspatial ring was priceless, and no one in the entire Shattering Cloud sect had one. However, she had seen it once, and that was at her foster father's place. The corpses of monsters could be sold for money, so Guan Yulan didn't care. Roar! As soon as Yixuan and Guan Yulan entered the 13th mountain range, they heard a roar. According to his memory, Yixuan immediately recalled that this was the roar of a saber-toothed tiger. Our luck is not bad. Let's go and complete the mission first. Following the roar, Yixuan quickly found a saber-toothed tiger, but this saber-toothed tiger was currently fighting with another monster. Is this the 8th rank Howling Moon Silver Wolf? Yixuan recognized this monster. This was a giant wolf with silver fur, and like the saber-toothed tiger, it was also an 8th rank monster. However, this Howling Moon Silver Wolf was stronger than the saber-toothed tiger when it reached adulthood. Yixuan and Guan Yulan stood in the distance as they quietly watched the two demonic beasts fight to the death over a corpse. It's good to be strong, to be able to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, while those without strength have to run away. Yixuan sighed in his heart. The two demonic beasts also noticed Yixuan, but when they saw that Yixuan and Yixuan had no intention of stepping forward, they continued to fight. However, what surprised Yixuan was that this Howling Moon Silver Wolf was not as strong as he had imagined. Although it had successfully clawed the saber-toothed tiger to death, it had also suffered quite a few injuries. Roar! The Howling Moon Silver Wolf roared at Yixuan and Yixuan. Then, it dragged the corpse of the unknown demonic beast away. For Yixuan, besides selling demonic beasts, he could also devour them. Therefore, Yixuan would not let go of this opportunity. Just as he was about to draw his bow and kill this Howling Moon Silver Wolf, Guan Yulan suddenly reached out and placed her hand on his arm, indicating that he should not attack. What's wrong? Yixuan asked in surprise. This Howling Moon Silver Wolf seems to be pregnant, Guan Yulan said after a pause. What? Yixuan was stunned. Pregnant? No wonder it's so weak. So it's pregnant. However, with its injuries, I'm afraid it won't live for long. Yixuan carefully sized up the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. This Howling Moon Silver Wolf really did leave behind footprints, but they were bloody footprints. Then you mean to say that we should let it go? Yixuan suddenly turned his head and asked. This was not the first time they had encountered a pregnant demonic beast. This was the second time. The first time was when they encountered the flood dragon in the Blackwater Mountain range. However, that time they had no choice but to attack its abdomen in order to kill it. Let's wait and see. Even if we don't attack, whether it can give birth to wolf pups is still a problem. Guan Yulan felt a little sorry. At that time, she was also bewitched by Lu Buping. That was why she accepted the invitation to kill the flood dragon. She even cruelly attacked the flood dragon's egg. After returning, she also felt guilty for a long time. This time, she did not want to see this kind of situation again. All right, then let's go get the saber-toothed tiger's fangs first. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Having compassion was a good thing. Although there would be some accidents sometimes, it was better than being cold-blooded and killing without batting an eyelid. They walked to the saber-toothed tiger's side. However, this saber-toothed tiger was not completely dead yet, so Yi Xian gave it another stab. Then Yi Xian punched one by one, breaking the two fangs. Then he swallowed the saber-toothed tiger's corpse. "Do you want to go take a look?" Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and asked. Hearing this, Guan Yulan hesitated again, then nodded. They followed the bloody footprints and finally found a small cave. However, they did not enter because there was a painful wail coming from the cave. They did not know whether it was good luck or not. But after the howling moon silver wolf returned to its den, it actually began to give birth. Severely injured, it howled for a full 5 minutes before it finally stopped. Yi Xian and Guan Yulan looked at each other, then walked in together. This cave was not big. After 2 turns, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan saw the howling moon silver wolf. However, this howling moon silver wolf was lying on its side on the ground. There was no sign of life at all. Beside it were 2 little things. After seeing this, Yi Xian frowned slightly and said, "As expected, it died halfway through giving birth." As he spoke, he walked over. When he got closer, he saw that there were already 2 wolf pups on the ground. As for the 3rd wolf pup, it was still in the howling moon silver wolf's stomach. It seemed that this 3rd wolf pup was not even halfway through giving birth before the mother wolf died. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. In this world, killing was everywhere. Corpses of humans and monsters could be seen everywhere. In his previous life's biology class, Yi Xian had also learned about natural selection, so he did not feel much about it. This cave was quite dark. Yi Xian began to look around, but did not find anything valuable. But when he turned around, he was shocked. He saw that Guan Yulan had wrapped a cloth around a wolf pup and was holding it in her arms, as if she was holding a baby. "Yulan, you?" Yi Xian was shocked. What the hell was Guan Yulan doing? Why was she holding the corpse of a wolf pup? No. Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He felt that the wolf pup was still breathing. Is it still alive? Yi Xian muttered and moved closer. This newborn wolf pup had not even opened its eyes. Although it was breathing, it was very weak. It looked like it could die at any time. Guan Yulan hugged it and frowned. No one knew what she was thinking about. However, Yi Xian could see a trace of reluctance in her eyes. This wolf pup is very weak. I don't think it will live for long. However, I have some pills that monsters can take. Maybe it can save its life. Yi Xian looked at Guan Yulan and slowly said. Hearing this, Guan Yulan suddenly looked up at Yi Xian. However, before she could speak, Yi Xian continued, "Monsters are very difficult to tame. Even if you raise it from a young age, it may not recognize you as its master." In his previous life, Yi Xian had also watched some movies about animals, such as Young Fart's Fantasy Journey. Chapter 91. I'm fine. Guan Yulan shook her head slightly. All right, Yi Xian said. Then, he exchanged something from the devouring system and took it out. In fact, it wasn't much. It was just a pack of medicinal powder. It was specially used to nurture demonic beasts. Could strengthen the demonic beast's physique and increase its level at the same time. Yi Xian had spent a lot of money for Guan Yulan. This pack of medicinal powder cost him a total of 10 devouring points. Let's feed it this first. Yi Xian took out a bowl of clear water and mixed the medicinal powder into it. He carefully fed the wolf cub with a small spoon. Lucky little guy, you finished the 10 points worth of devouring points. From now on, your master will be called Guan Yulan. If you dare to betray her, I will skin you alive. Yi Xian thought in his heart. The name of this pack of medicinal powder was also strange. It was called the Demonic Beast Growth Plan. Furthermore, this was only the first phase. There would be a second phase, a third phase, and so on. However, he had to wait until this wolf cub matured into a spiritual beast. Originally, when the howling moon silver wolf matured, it would at most be an 8th rank demonic beast. However, after consuming this powder, it could probably become a spiritual beast. There were many things in the devouring system that could help a demonic beast grow into an adult in a short period of time. However, these things were too expensive. Yixin couldn't bear to part with them. Most importantly, he couldn't afford them. Just like that, Guan Yulan gained a new demonic beast pet. It was a wolf cub that hadn't even opened its eyes yet. After it drank the medicinal powder, it fell asleep. However, its aura was obviously stronger and it wasn't as weak as before. Give it a name. Guan Yulan looked at the sleeping wolf cub in her arms and said to Yixin, "Name?" Yixin was stunned when he heard this. He was the best at naming things. Egg fried rice, pork chop rice, dumplings, tangyuan, yuan shao. When Yixin read out the names one by one, Guan Yulan couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you only know how to eat?" Guan Yulan rolled her eyes helplessly. "Don't you think it's easy to remember?" Yixin asked. Many people used food to name their food. For example, some web novelists named their food Heavenly Silkworm Potato, 3 spoons of sugar, I eat tomatoes, etc. However, at this moment, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. "Let's call it Gentle Whisper then," Yixin blurted out. He recalled a piece of equipment from a game in his previous life. Qingyu. Guan Yulan read it once and found that it was not bad because her name also had the word unit. "Okay, let's use this." Guan Yulan nodded. But in the next second, Yixin thought of another problem. Was this wolf cub male or female? It would be fine if it was female, but if it was male? A few veins popped out on Yixin's forehead. Was this considered inviting a wolf into the house? This time, Yixin didn't eat the body of the howling moon silver wolf and the dead wolf cub. Instead, he dug a hole outside the cave and buried it. After that, the two sat at the entrance of the cave. Guan Yulan held Gentle Whisper in her arms and gently stroked it with her slender fingers. Suddenly, Qingyu, who was in Guan Yulan's arms, moved. She opened her mouth and let out an extremely delicate voice that almost melted Guan Yulan's heart. Immediately after, Gentle Whisper opened its eyes and saw Guan Yulan. Damn! It opened its eyes not long after it was born. Yixin was shocked. Although he didn't know what was going on with wolves, it would take at least a week for a puppy to open its eyes. It seemed that the monster beast growth plan had some hidden attributes. He just didn't know how many years it would take for the wolf cub to be considered an adult. Yixin glanced at Guan Yulan and saw that her eyes were full of love. It seemed that she really liked this wolf cub. Kacha! At this moment, Yixin's ears twitched. He heard a slight movement. It was the sound of leaves being stepped on. Was it a human or a monster beast? However, Yixin didn't care much. After all, this was only the 13th mountain range. At most, there would be 8th rank monsters. With his current strength, he had no problem dealing with 9th rank monsters, let alone 8th rank monsters. The sound was getting closer and closer. Yixin also held his breath. He heard that it was a human and not a monster. Besides the sound of footsteps, there was also a conversation. Damn! It was so hard to find a crystal, but we lost it. How unlucky. Big brother, that low-grade crystal should be fake. Don't worry about it. What are you talking about? If it was a substandard crystal, would we have to chase it like this? But we lost it. Two people holding weapons walked side by side towards Yixin. However, they didn't notice Yixin. Instead, they were discussing something. When Yixin heard this, his heart sank. On his way here, he heard a lot of news about crystals. He didn't know what was going on in the 18 Lianyun mountain range. There were many wolves with pendants around their necks, attracting a large number of cultivators. Moreover, some people actually obtained crystals. Of course, there were also fake crystals. A substandard crystal was worth 1 million taels of silver, but if one obtained a lower-grade crystal, it would be worth 100 million taels of silver. This time, Yixin also had the same idea. However, his luck wasn't good. He didn't encounter any wolves with pendants around their necks. Big brother, there's someone. At this moment, the slightly shorter man noticed Yixin, who wasn't far away. The taller man glanced at him and snorted. He's probably here to look for crystals. Humph, bringing a child to the 13th mountain range. He really doesn't know what's good for him. The shorter man looked deeply at Guan Yulan and smiled. He whispered, Big brother, this girl is pretty. Isn't that a wolf cub? Wolf cub? The taller man's eyes narrowed. He thought that Guan Yulan was carrying a baby, but he didn't expect it to be a wolf cub. Looks like it's a howling moon silver wolf's cub. Moreover, it was just born. The shorter man suddenly turned to look at the taller man with a greedy expression. A howling moon silver wolf's corpse is worth at most a few 100,000 silver. However, a newborn can be sold for 2 to 3 million. The taller man's eyes flashed. It was obvious that he wanted to kill them. However, before they could speak, Yixin, who was more than 10 meters away, asked, You two, are you planning to kill them and steal their treasures? Killing people to steal treasures was a common occurrence in the wild. Therefore, it was important to not reveal one's wealth in the wild. However, Yixin wasn't afraid. Chapter 92. Big brother, there's still that woman. The short man reminded softly. Oh right, leave your wife with us for a while. The tall man's eyes were mixed with 2 different colors. When she heard the word wife, Guan Yulan's face turned red. However, when she heard the second half of the sentence, her killing intent surged. Her spiritual energy began to surge, and she was ready to attack at any time. Oh, you're in the early 8th level of the martial path. Don't tell me you're a disciple of some family or sect. The tall man was slightly surprised. He smiled and said, But this little bit of strength is useless in front of us. The 2 of them were both in the middle 8th level of the martial path. How could they be afraid of a woman like Guan Yulan? Why don't you 2 take a look at mine? Yixin smiled faintly and no longer restrained his aura. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men felt an invisible pressure. So strong, he's definitely in the 9th level of the martial path. I didn't expect this kid to be in the 9th level of the martial path. The tall man was also shocked. Big brother, he must have been groomed by some family. He must have some good stuff on him. The short man's body trembled, but he still revealed a greedy expression. A disciple of a big family would definitely have a lot of good stuff on him. Maybe he could get some martial arts copies. They lived a life on the edge of the blade. Moreover, they were in the middle of nowhere. Naturally, they weren't afraid of the power behind Yixin. Not bad. It seems like this trip was not in vain. The tall man nodded. In his opinion, Yixin was just an empty shell. After seeing the 2 men's expressions, Yixin said helplessly, It seems that the 2 of you are prepared to die. If that's the case? Before he finished speaking, the tall man scolded, How arrogant, let me... Similarly, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. Kacha! Suddenly, an inexplicable crisp sound rang out. The short man glanced over and found that Yixin had already arrived beside them. All they saw was Yixin's fist landing on the tall man's throat. As for the tall man, he was vomiting blood. His eyes were protruding as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. The short man had a bad premonition in his heart. Then he saw his big brother fall backward. Plop! The tall man fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. He was dead. Not good. The short man couldn't care less about his grief. He hurriedly turned around, but in the next moment, his body trembled violently. Yixin was already a step ahead of him, arriving in front of him. Kacha! Another crisp sound rang out, and the short man also fell to the ground, instantly dead. Yixin would not show mercy to his enemies. Since they dared to set their sights on them, then they deserved to die. Let me see what good stuff you have. Yixin searched the 2 corpses. These 2 were martial artists in the 8th stage of the martial path, so they must have some good stuff. Sure enough, as Yixin expected, he actually found a small cloth bag on the tall man's body. Inside it was a crystal that was quietly lying inside. This was the first time Yixin saw crystals. There were a total of 3 round crystals. Yulan, what are these 3 crystals? Yishen suddenly turned around and asked. This was the first time he saw crystals. Substandard crystals are round, lower crystals are rhombic, and middle crystals are triangular. Guan Yulan explained. So that's how it is. This means that these 3 crystals are substandard crystals. In total, they are worth 3 million taels of silver. Let me see if these crystals can be directly consumed. Yishen's heart moved and the 3 crystals in his hand instantly disappeared. Crystals could be directly consumed. Haha, it can actually be consumed. In that case, I won't have to go shopping in the future. Yishen was overjoyed. He had tried to consume silver and gold before, but there was no effect at all. Killing people to steal treasures was just a small interlude. However, it also made Yishen realize that this little wolf cub was a hot potato. Yulan, I'm gonna go deeper. Why don't you go back to the Shattering Cloud sect first? Yishen suddenly turned around and asked. The last few mountains of the 18 mountain ranges of the Lianyun had 9th stage and even 10th stage demonic beasts. Guan Yulan was only in the 8th stage of the martial path. So Yishen couldn't let her take the risk. Then I'll wait for you outside. Guan Yulan also understood that she wasn't strong enough. If she followed Yishen, she would only be a burden to Yishen, so she didn't insist. Okay. Yishen nodded, but he still told Guan Yulan to change into the Shattering Cloud sect's clothes. Then, he escorted Guan Yulan to a safe mountain range and began to go deeper. From the 15th mountain range onwards, 9th stage demonic beasts would appear. Yishen's target was the flame python, which was located in a corner of the 16th mountain range. After sending Guan Yulan off, Yishen's footsteps were very fast. In less than half a day, he arrived at the 16th mountain range's scorching ground. The temperature here is so high. It's said that there are many flame pythons here, so it's better to be careful. Yishen stepped on the scorching ground. Even with his boots, he could feel the heat. Fortunately, his skin was thick, so it didn't affect him much. Yishen had never seen the demonic beasts in the scorching ground, such as the flame python and the flame pig. Their blood essence was useful to Yishen. Yishen searched for a long time in the scorching ground and finally found a red python. Although this python wasn't on fire, it burned the ground wherever it passed. This was the 9th stage demonic beast, the flame python. It's so hot. Let's end this quickly. Yishen muttered in his heart. In an instant, he turned into an afterimage and rushed toward the flame python. 9th stage martial art, dark green palm. A strong and powerful palm slapped the flame python's fiery red scales, and the flame python's body was pushed back in an instant. The flame python was suddenly attacked. It immediately opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Yishen. Get lost. Unexpectedly, Yishen uppercut and sent its head flying. Hit the snake where it hurts. Yishen silently calculated in his heart. Then he bombarded the flame python's 7 inches. The snake's 7 inches was its heart. Yishen used a soft palm technique, so the hard snake scales didn't have much of a protective effect. In less than 5 seconds, the flame python died tragically on the spot. However, this hard snake skin took a lot of effort from Yishen. After more than 10 minutes, Yishen finally removed the flame python's gallbladder. This red gallbladder was the size of a fist. It was like a jelly in Yishen's hand. That's strange, the gallbladder is also hot. Chapter 93. Not bad. 500,000 each. If I kill 10, I'll get 5 million. If I kill 100, I'll get 50 million. If I kill 1,000, I'll get 500 million. Thinking of this, Yishen's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was more reliable to kill monsters to level up. However, the flame python was a rank 9 monster, which was not common. Otherwise, Yishen would have reached the 10th stage of the martial path in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. The environment here was rather harsh, even harsher than in the desert. Therefore, after Yishen finished his mission, he directly left this scorching hot land. Rank 9 monsters were rare, so Yishen left the 15th mountain range and returned to the territory of the rank 8 monsters. At this time, his blood essence had broken through the 200 mark. He was still 800 points away from the 1,000 beasts bloodline. However, Just as Yi Xian returned to the 12th mountain range, a group of black figures suddenly swept across the sky. Hey! It's a group of bird-type monsters. Yi Xian found it strange because there were 4 or 5 different species of bird-type monsters in the group. How could different species of monsters be mixed together? Forget it. I'll shoot all of you down. Yi Xian did not think too much. He took out the cloud-splitting bow and shot. Go! Chaotic Star Arrow Level 3. Buzz! With a muffled sound, an arrow pierced through the air. Suddenly, the spiritual arrow split into 9 and shot into the group of birds. Immediately, 4 or 5 bird-type monsters were hit and fell from the sky. At this time, the leading eagle turned its head and let out a fierce cry. Then it led the entire group of birds toward Yi Xian. A total of more than 30 monsters swooped down toward Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not panic. He drew his bow and continued to attack. The chaotic star arrow had been upgraded to the 3rd level. In other words, Yi Xian could shoot 9 arrows at once. In 1 second, Yi Xian could shoot 2 or 3 times. In other words, Yi Xian could shoot more than 20 arrows in 1 second. Before this flock of bird-type demonic beasts swooped down, more than half of them were already dead. Only a few of the more powerful ones were unharmed. At this time, Yi Xian was finally moved because he discovered that 3 of the remaining 6 demonic beasts were 9th-rank demonic beasts. So what if there are 3 9th-rank beasts? Even if there are 10 of them, I will still shoot them all down. Yi Xian did not dodge. He just stood where he was and kept attacking. Suddenly, the leading condor swooped down and swiped its sharp claws at Yi Xian's head. Get lost! Facing this claw, Yi Xian clenched his right fist and punched out. Boom! The fist passed through the claws and landed on the eagle's body, knocking it over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly drew his bow and fired a supernova arrow. The supernova arrow, condensed from dense spiritual energy, exploded in front of the eagle. The powerful impact directly blew the eagle's mouth askew. The eagle let out a sharp cry in pain. However, at this time, 9 cold lights flashed and entered its body. The bird-type demonic beast's defense was not strong. The supernova arrow easily broke through their defense. One of the arrows even pierced through the eagle's heart. Plop! The eagle died tragically in an instant and then smashed into the ground. When the other 5 demonic beasts saw this, they screeched and pounced at Yi Xian. However, they were unable to pose any threat to Yi Xian. After more than 10 seconds, they were all turned into 5 corpses. A flock of nearly 40 demonic beasts was easily slaughtered by Yi Xian alone. Among them, there were even 3 9th-rank demonic beasts. If there was someone else present, they would be so shocked that they would be speechless. So many corpses on the ground. Was it really done by one person? However, other than Yi Xian, there really was someone else here. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Yi Xian was about to devour all the demonic beasts' corpses, a series of muffled sounds came from the side. Someone was clapping. Hearing this, Yi Xian's relaxed nerves tensed up again. He did not realize that there was someone around. Little brother, you're very strong. A man's voice drifted from not far away. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in white slowly walking towards him. Oh no! The interspatial ring has been exposed again. Yi Xian's expression froze. Just now, he had suddenly summoned the cloud-splitting bow. If this person had been here for a long time, then he must have seen it. The middle-aged man did not continue to approach and finally stopped 30 meters away from Yi Xian. He looked at the 40 corpses on the ground and smiled. Little brother, you're so young, yet you have such strength. May I ask where you're from? Sir, when you're inquiring about other people's background, shouldn't you first report your own name? Yi Xian asked. Haha, I forgot. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ouyang Ming, the patrol officer of the Profound Sun Empire's South Forest County. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Profound Sun Empire, South Forest County, patrol officer? These 3 words were unfamiliar to Yi Xian. He rarely heard them. However, this did not mean that Yi Xian did not know them. At this moment, he was in the Profound Sun Empire's South Forest County. However, what shocked Yi Xian was the 3 words, patrol officer. The middle-aged man in front of him was actually an empire's patrol officer. One must know that this position was on the same level as the county king. It was an empire's position that was on par with the county king of the South Forest County. Damn, I met an official. This is too unreal. How can I meet someone who is on the same level as the county king in such a remote place? Yi Xian felt that it was unbelievable. Of course, he also had some doubts in his heart. This one is Yi Xian, an instructor of the Shattered Cloud sect. Yi Xian cupped his fist and said, "Oh." After hearing this, Ouyang Ming was also surprised. Naturally, he had heard of the Shattered Cloud sect, but he had never heard of such a young instructor. However, he had seen Yi Xian's strength with his own eyes. There was no doubt about it. It seems that I am ignorant and inexperienced. Ouyang Ming laughed at himself, but there was a strange look in his eyes. Yi Xian looked at the person and asked, "May I ask if there is anything else, Sir Patrol Officer?" From the beginning, he had been on guard. Although the other party was an important official of the empire, this was the wilderness. It was obvious that he would kill and steal. Moreover, an interspatial ring was priceless. Its value was high enough to make people kill each other. Most importantly, he did not know the strength of this patrol officer. However, he felt that the other party was very strong, very strong. "Haha, little brother. There is no need to be nervous. This one has no ill intentions. Just now, I saw that little brother's archery is good and your realm is not low. This one just so happens to have encountered some problems. So I would like to ask little brother for help." Ouyang Ming said. "Help? What a joke." Chapter 94. Run. Yi Xian did not reply and turned around to leave. What he used was the Shattering Cloud sect's level 10 martial art, the floating body technique. Yi Xian spent more than 100 devouring points to learn the floating body technique. After learning it, he ran as if he was floating. He only used the tip of his foot to touch the ground and his speed was very fast. This time, Yi Xian was determined to escape because he knew that if Ouyang Ming had any ill intentions towards him, he would be dead for sure. Therefore, it was better to run first. However, just as he turned around and ran a few steps, a shadow appeared in front of him. It was Ouyang Ming, Cyan's serene palm. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly struck out with his palm. He estimated that no one in the same rank could withstand his full-strength palm. However, Ouyang Ming, who was in front of him, didn't block or dodge. Yi Xian's palm directly smashed onto his shoulder. Bang! Yi Xian's spiritual power was instantly dispersed and disappeared. How is this possible? Yi Xian could not believe it. Why did his spiritual power suddenly disperse when it came into contact with Ouyang Ming's body? In the next moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. True spirit defense. What Ouyang Ming used was not spiritual power, but his true spirit. This Ouyang Ming was actually a true spirit realm powerhouse. Little brother, do you know what rank I am now? Don't worry. I have no ill intentions towards you. If I really wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Ouyang Ming smiled. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart turned cold. He did not expect to meet a true spirit realm powerhouse in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. However, Ouyang Ming's words calmed him down. Indeed, if Ouyang Ming wanted to kill him and steal his treasure, he would have died long ago. He would not have stood there and taken his palm. Sir Ouyang Ming, I have offended you. Please forgive me. Yi Xian quickly cupped his hands. It's fine. I came to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun because I'm investigating something. I noticed that you have great archery skills, so I'd like to ask for your help. Don't worry. I'll give you 3 low-grade crystals once it's done. Ouyang Ming smiled again. You really need my help? Yi Xian wondered in his heart. But in the next moment he was King stunned. Low-grade crystals. It was actually a low-grade crystal? A single substandard crystal was worth 1 million taels of silver, and a single low-grade crystal was worth 100 times more than a substandard crystal, which was 100 million taels of silver. 3 pills meant 300 million. What kind of trouble did this imperial inspector encounter that he would ask for 300 million? Wasn't he too rich? I'm afraid this will be very dangerous, right? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and asked, The higher the price, the more dangerous the mission. After all, Ouyang Ming was in the true spirit realm. If even he could not handle it, it would definitely be very troublesome. There will be danger, but you'll be fine with me around. I just need a helper, Ouyang Ming said. Yi Xian was still a little hesitant. He was only here to complete a mission, but the 3 low-grade crystals were very tempting. They could save him a lot of time. One had to know that his mission of killing the flame python was only worth 1,500 points. The reward for this mission was 20 times more than the reward for killing the flame python. Sir Ouyang, can you be more specific? Yi Xian was still a little worried. Sure, you can clean up these corpses first. I'll tell you slowly. Ouyang Ming glanced at the corpses. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Sure enough, Ouyang Ming knew that he had an interspatial ring. Since that was the case, Yi Xian did not hide it anymore. His strength was not bad, but in front of a true spirit realm powerhouse who had transcended martial arts, it was not worth mentioning. Even if Ouyang Ming stood here and let him beat him up for a day, he would not be able to hurt him at all. After all, the true spirit defense could not be broken by spiritual power. Yi Xian swallowed all the corpses on the ground, then left with Ouyang Ming. However, Ouyang Ming was also shocked. He realized that the space inside Yi Xian's interspatial ring was so big that it could store more than 40 demonic beasts. He guessed that Yi Xian must have gotten it by chance. The value of these 40 demonic beasts was about 3 million taels of silver. Yi Xian had also improved by a lot. Following that, he left with Ouyang Ming and stopped at a quiet place. Yi Xian, have you heard that some demonic wolves with crystals hanging around their necks are wandering around the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun recently? After sitting down, Ouyang Ming asked. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. This was a matter that had happened a long time ago. When he first met Xue Qingqing, she seemed to be chasing a demonic wolf. Let me tell you, this was actually done by someone. He deliberately hung the crystals around the demonic wolves' necks to attract a large number of martial artists to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Ouyang Ming explained. Attract a large number of martial artists? Why? Yi Xian was puzzled. Because he needed a large number of human corpses. During this period of time, a large number of demonic beasts would go out every night to hunt humans. Then, they would drag the corpses to a canyon deep in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. I found that canyon by chance. When I found it, there were already more than 10,000 human corpses. Ouyang Ming frowned. After hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but shudder. More than 10,000 human corpses? Could it be that someone is cultivating a demonic technique? Yi Xian blurted out. Maybe, but I haven't investigated it clearly. If I want to investigate, I have to climb to the bottom of the canyon. However, there will be a large number of bird-type demonic beasts hovering above the canyon. So I need someone to help me clear the demonic beasts in the sky. Your archery is excellent. Maybe you can help me safely descend to the canyon. Ouyang Ming continued. He was very lucky to have met Yi Xian on the way. Otherwise, he would have to go back to the city to find a martial artist who was proficient in archery. I see. Now, Yi Xian understood the ins and outs of the matter. Someone used a large number of fake crystals to attract martial artists to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, then collected human corpses to cultivate a demonic technique. But why can this person control demonic beasts? Yi Xian suddenly thought of this question. Actually, I'm not very sure. It might be related to a force from hundreds of years ago. That force was called the Beast God Sect. They could control demonic beasts, and at their peak, they could even contend against a dynasty. Ouyang Ming answered. What? A force that could contend against a dynasty? Yi Xian exclaimed. He was no longer a rookie who had just entered the other world. During this time, he had read a lot of books. At this time, he was in a country called the Profound Sun Empire. This empire was divided into 16 counties, and the one under his feet was called the South Forest County. Empires were also divided into levels. The Profound Sun Empire was a low-level empire, and above it were middle-level and high-level empires. Chapter 95. There were hundreds of empires in this area, but there were only 4 dynasties. Even if 10 high-rank empires worked together, they might not be a match for a dynasty. However, hundreds of years ago, there was actually a force that could contend with a dynasty. How powerful was it? Sir Ouyang, if the beast god sect was so powerful, why was it destroyed? Yixian asked curiously. The beast god sect developed quickly. After it rose, it reached the level of a high-rank empire in just a few decades. 100 years later, it could contend with a dynasty. The 4 dynasties of the eastern region were afraid that it would continue to grow, so they joined forces to destroy it. However, they didn't completely destroy it. I didn't expect that there would be remnants of the beast god sect in the profound Sun Empire. Yixian was silent for a few seconds to digest the information. After a long while, he continued. So you're saying that after the beast god religion was annihilated, some of the survivors fled to the profound Sun Empire and hid? Yes, so this matter must be investigated thoroughly. If it's really the remnants of the beast god sect, then they must be eliminated. Otherwise, the profound Sun Empire will be attacked by a group of demonic beasts. When that time comes, the entire empire will be plunged into misery and suffering. Yangming nodded. Yixian also understood the seriousness of this matter, but he was still a little hesitant. Sir Ouyang, what are the levels of those demonic beasts? Could there be 10th rank demonic beasts? Yixian asked timidly. Although he could deal with 9th rank demonic beasts now, they were equivalent to a martial artist in the 10th rank of the martial path. If there was one, he might be able to deal with 1 or 2. If there were 2 or a group of demonic beasts, then he would be finished. Don't worry, this canyon is in the 16th mountain range. There won't be any 10th rank demonic beasts. Yangming replied. That's good. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. If it was only a class 9 demonic beast, then he wouldn't be able to beat it. He thought for a while, then finally nodded and agreed. Okay, I'm willing to help. He only helped Yangming attack the 9th rank demonic beasts in the sky, but he could get 300 million taels of silver. This deal was definitely worth it. However, wasn't this a little too much? Well, thank you, little brother. I promised before that as long as you help me, I will take out 3 low-grade crystal stones as a reward. As Yangming spoke, a golden bow suddenly appeared in his hand. He handed it to Yixian and said, This golden eagle bow is a low-grade spirit tool. Use it first and return it to me after you're done. Perhaps you can even take it as a reward. Hiss! Before he could finish speaking, Yixian fiercely sucked in a breath of air. What the F***CK? The patrol inspector was indeed different. His first move was a spiritual weapon. However, weapons like bows were rarely used, so spirit weapons were not very expensive, but their value was definitely more than 300 million. Therefore, Yixian had already made his decision to take this golden eagle bow. TSK, another spiritual weapon. When I don't need it, I can directly swallow it. It's much more useful than the 3 low-grade crystal stones. Yixian took the golden eagle bow and was secretly delighted. That day, Lu Buping relied on a cold light dagger to increase his strength by a lot. However, today Yixian also obtained one. With this golden eagle bow, even if he faced a 10th rank demonic beast, he would have confidence. Not to mention a 10th rank demonic beast, even if it was an airplane, he would be able to shoot it down. Master Yangming, don't worry. I will definitely complete this task. Yixian solemnly said. He could feel that this golden eagle bow in his hand had not been used before. It should have just been made. This was really tailor-made for him. Yangming looked at Yixian and revealed a satisfied expression. Then he said, My luck today is not bad. To actually meet a genius like you. After this matter is over, I will give you a great opportunity. Great opportunity? Hearing this, Yixian's eyes couldn't help but burst out 2 rays of light. Could it be that Yangming wanted to recommend him to become an official in the profound Sun Empire? With his aptitude, he should at least be able to become the city lord of a large city, right? Many thanks, Master Yangming. When do we leave? Yixian was already somewhat impatient. As long as he completed the task, this golden eagle bow would be his. Then, he could even become an official in the profound Sun Empire. Just thinking about it made him excited. With a high position, he could earn money quickly, level up quickly, and then be valued by the empire. This was an endless cycle. This matter should not be delayed. Let's leave now. Ouyang suddenly stood up. Okay. Yi Xian stood up and nodded solemnly. Following that, the two of them rushed towards the depths. Along the way, Ouyang was also extremely shocked because he discovered that Yi Xian's physique was extremely strong. His explosive speed wasn't the slightest bit inferior to a martial artist at the 10th level of the martial Dao. As expected of a genius, his aptitude is probably even higher than Fan Jun's. If I can recruit him, he will be a powerful trump card in my team. In this competition, he will definitely amaze the world. Ouyang thought to himself. Yi Xian and Ouyang speed was very fast. In less than half a day, they entered Lianyun's 16th mountain range. Then, under Ouyang lead, Yi Xian finally saw the canyon. Before he even got close, he smelled a fishy smell that almost made him vomit. So disgusting, blurg! Yi Xian quickly covered his nose. Even so, he still felt uncomfortable. Yi Xian, look at the canyon. Ouyang walked to the edge of the cliff and said. Yi Xian followed. Then he stumbled and almost fell off the cliff. At the bottom of the canyon, there were countless human limbs piled up. As far as the eye could see, their blood flowed into a cave in the distance. The remnants of the beast god sect should be in that cave. But this cliff is too high and difficult to climb. There are also demonic beasts patrolling the area. So, I can only reach the bottom with your help. Ouyang suddenly frowned and turned his head. Those patrolling demonic beasts are here. Yi Xian, take care of them. Yi Xian followed Ouyang gaze. Indeed, a group of bird-type demonic beasts were flying in the distance. The scale was similar to the ones they encountered earlier. Yi Xian used a high-grade mortal weapon earlier. But now, the golden eagle bow in his hand was a spirit weapon. It could greatly increase the strength of one's spiritual power. They're here. I'll let you have a taste of my current attack. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he suddenly drew the golden eagle bow. A spirit weapon was indeed a spirit weapon. Yi Xian could not draw the golden eagle bow to its fullest even with 200 beast bloodline. But this was enough. Whoosh! A cold light shot out and instantly divided into 9 rays that shot into the group of demonic beasts. Then some of the demonic beasts fell. Chapter 96. So powerful. The speed and size of the spiritual arrows have doubled. Yi Xian couldn't hide his joy as he shot another chaotic star arrow. This time, he actually shot down a 9th-rank demonic beast, killing 2 of them with 1 arrow. Previously, his attacks were able to penetrate the demonic beasts' bodies, but this time, his attacks were able to penetrate them. This was the difference between them. Awesome! So awesome! Yi Xian was a little excited as he continuously plucked the bowstring. However, after the 4th round of attacks, all the demonic beasts in the sky fell from the sky. The chaotic star arrow that was enhanced by the golden eagle bow was extremely powerful. The force of the arrow directly pierced through the demonic beasts' bodies. As long as the demonic beasts' wings were injured, they would fall from such a high distance. Even if they didn't die, they would still be severely injured. Seems like there won't be much of a problem. Since it's still daytime, I will go down now. If there are any demonic beasts, I will rely on you. Ouyang said to Yi Xian. Sir Ouyang, don't worry. Yi Xian said with a dignified expression. Since he accepted the golden eagle bow, he had to do it properly. There couldn't be a single mistake. Okay, you be careful too. Ouyang said as he directly walked to the edge of the cliff and slowly climbed down. The demonic beasts that fell couldn't fly, but Yi Xian didn't go over to kill them and devour them. Sure enough, half a minute after Ouyang went down, another group of demonic beasts came. Moreover, they flew over from the other side of the canyon. Just as this group of demonic beasts was about to attack Ouyang, who had just climbed a 5th of the way down, Yi Xian made his move. In less than 10 seconds, this group of demonic beasts were all shot down by Yi Xian and fell into the canyon. Damn! These corpses are a pity. Yi Xian felt helpless, but he couldn't do anything about it. Who told this group of demonic beasts to fly over from the other side? However, the most regrettable thing for Yi Xian was that he couldn't devour human corpses. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of corpses in this canyon should be enough for him to break through to the true spirit realm, right? This cliff was very high. It was at least 100 meters away. Yi Xian wasn't very clear about the details. Ouyang Ming had been going down for 2 minutes, but he was only halfway up. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The cliff was too flat, and Ouyang Ming often had to carve out a climbing point to continue going down. Yi Xian stood guard at the edge of the cliff, constantly killing the patrolling demon beasts. Finally, after Yi Xian killed the 6th wave of demonic beasts, a slash soared into the sky. Upon seeing the slash, Yi Xian stuck his head out to take a look. He saw that Ouyang Ming had reached the bottom of the ravine, and the blood had reached his thighs. Yi Xian, be careful. I'll be right back. Ouyang Ming shouted. Yi Xian nodded. Then, Ouyang Ming jumped up and used the corpses floating on the sea of blood to quickly advance toward the catacombs. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian also rushed out. Just now, he killed a total of 6 waves of demonic beasts. 2 of them fell into the ravine, while the other 4 were on the cliff. Yi Xian spent some time to kill these demonic beasts and then devour them. It was another source of income. At this time, he was very close to the mid-stage of Martial Path 9th level. After devouring so many demonic beasts' corpses, Yi Xian obtained more than 260 points in the 100 Beasts Blood Essence slot. However, the 100 Beasts Blood Essence slot only increased the most during the first fusion. The following 160 points didn't increase much, but it was better than nothing. At this time, he was holding the Golden Eagle Bow in his hand. He wanted to go to the 18th mountain range where 10th level demonic beasts roamed. After Ouyang Ming entered the catacombs, several waves of demonic beasts appeared in the sky. Yi Xian didn't reject them. He killed them all and devoured them. However, when the 4th wave of demonic beasts arrived, Yi Xian also realized that the sky was gradually darkening. This meant that wolf-type demonic beasts would start hunting humans in packs and then throw the corpses into the ravine. Master Ouyang Ming has been down there for half an hour. Why is there still no news? Could it be? Yi Xian thought to himself. He raised his hand and shot the demonic beasts to death. The 4th wave of demonic beasts was completely wiped out. However, just as Yi Xian was halfway through devouring the demonic beasts, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out in the sky. Hiss! This sound resounded through the sky and was extremely sharp. Even Yi Xian subconsciously covered his ears. What the hell? Yi Xian turned his head to look. When he saw a black shadow in the sky, his body couldn't help but tremble. He exclaimed, F***CK. There's a plane coming. The black shadow was extremely large. It was even larger than the airliners on Earth. As the sky wasn't completely dark yet, Yi Xian was able to clearly see what this black shadow was. A rock. It's a rock that's even bigger than a plane. Oh my God! Yi Xian couldn't help but open his mouth wide. At this moment, the rock had already flown to the sky above the ravine. It then slowly descended. Boom! 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 A loud noise suddenly came from the ravine. Yi Xian hurriedly went to the edge of the cliff to take a look. He saw 2 figures fighting fiercely below. The 2 figures fought for about 10 seconds. The other figure quickly jumped onto the rock's claw. Then the rock began to rise. It really isn't Master Ouyang Ming. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He realized that the figure holding the rock's claw wasn't Ouyang Ming. It was a man in black with a bamboo hat. It seemed that this man in black was the surviving member of the Beast God sect. You want to leave? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately drew the Golden Eagle Bow and shot a chaotic star arrow at the rock's claw. This chaotic star arrow was divided into 9 and shot toward the man in black. The black-clothed man holding the rock's claw felt something and waved his hand to block the chaotic star arrows. However, a cold light still flashed past and pierced through his bamboo hat. Stinking brat, you're courting death, the man in black shouted. However, he didn't look for trouble with Yi Xian personally. At this moment, Yi Xian finally realized that this was a ruthless person who could fight with Ouyang Ming, who was in the true spirit realm. Moreover, this rock that was larger than a plane seemed to be a spirit beast. Just now, he was hot-headed and attacked the opponent. Wasn't that courting death? Fortunately, the man in black didn't jump down. Otherwise, Yi Xian would be in trouble. Yi Xian watched as the rock that was larger than a plane carried the man in black away. Not long after, Yangming climbed up the same way he came. Chapter 97. That's right, it was the remnants of the beast god religion. This time, I went down and interrupted his resurrection ceremony. Fortunately, I arrived in time or else things would be troublesome. Yangming said and quickly sat down cross-legged. He took out a pill from his interspatial ring and began to treat his injuries. After a while, his complexion began to recover, and his injuries were suppressed. This time it was also out of my expectations. I didn't expect that he wasn't cultivating demonic arts, but preparing for the ceremony. If I was a step slower, he would have been able to resurrect a true energy boundary demon wolf. Yangming sighed in relief. True energy boundary? Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. Isn't this a boundary stronger than the true spirit boundary? This time it's all thanks to you. If he was successfully resurrected, my profound Sun Empire would really be in deep trouble. Although I didn't manage to catch him, I will report this to the Empire and send experts to investigate. There's no time to lose. I have to leave for the imperial capital immediately. But before that, I want to give you something. As Yangming spoke, he took out a command medallion from his universe ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Then, he continued, in a few months, the profound Sun Emperor will hold a competition, and anyone under the age of 25 can participate. I stood out in this competition and was chosen by the Emperor to become a patrol envoy. If you have the intention, then come to South Forest City with this command medallion after the new year. Yi Xian took the token and glanced at it. There were only 2 words on it, Ouyang. So, this is the great fortune that Yangming was talking about. Although this was slightly different from what Yi Xian had thought, it was only one step more. As long as he displayed astonishing talent in this competition, he might be able to catch the eyes of some of the officials of the imperial court, or even the emperor. Thank you, Lord Ouyang. Yi Xian quickly thanked and kept the token. However, at this time, the ground suddenly began to shake, and it was getting more and more violent. Yangming's face changed. Not good. That black-clothed man must have called the surrounding demonic beasts. Come, I will send you out. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, a black mass of figures appeared in the distance. A horde of demonic beasts. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. Although he was strong, he still had to be cautious when facing hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts. He immediately followed Yangming. With a true spirit realm expert around, his safety was still very high. Next, Yi Xian would see what the true spirit realm was like. While running, Yangming suddenly took out a large saber from his interspatial ring and slashed at the group of demonic beasts in front of him. Whoosh! A huge slash cut through the air and instantly swept into the group of demonic beasts, splitting a dozen demonic beasts in half. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Broken limbs flew everywhere. This explosion directly killed dozens of demonic beasts. Is this the power of a true spirit realm expert? His attack is like a missile, it's like a man-made bomber. Yi Xian was incomparably shocked. If he had such strength, his farming speed would definitely be top-notch. However, at this moment, there were thousands of demonic beasts running towards them, so he did not dare to stay and quickly left with Yangming. With a true spirit realm expert like Yangming, Yi Xian did not even have a chance to attack. Yi Xian roughly calculated that Yangming had killed at least 3,000 demonic beasts along the way. This group of demonic beasts was also chasing after them, but they did not follow the 2 of them out of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, so Yi Xian could be considered to be safe. However, when Yi Xian left the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, it was already daytime. They had been running for an entire night. Yi Xian, it's time for me to go. If you are interested in the competition, come find me in South Forest City. After leaving the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, Yangming said to Yi Xian, Lord Ouyang, I will go. Yi Xian nodded. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so how could he not go? All right, then let's part ways here. After Ouyangming finished speaking, he turned around and left. He had to immediately report to the imperial family in the imperial capital. A remnant of the beast god sect was able to command such a huge demonic beast army. If they were to rise, the entire Mystic Sun Empire would be in trouble. Fortunately, the black-clothed man did not seem to want to make a big fuss, so he did not let the demonic beasts rush out of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Otherwise, Yi Xian and Ouyangming would have to flee. Looking at Ouyangming's departing figure, Yi Xian remained silent for a while. TSK, there are so many corpses along the way, I can't let them go to waste. Yi Xian suddenly revealed a smile. Then he suddenly swallowed all the heaven and earth treasures in the devouring space. Ding! Host has broken through to the mid-stage of Martial Path 9th stage. He was originally tens of millions away from breaking through, but after swallowing 100 million worth of heaven and earth treasures, he directly broke through. Only then would he have the confidence to return. After all, there were 10th level demonic beasts from the 18 mountain ranges chasing after them last night. However, for the sake of those corpses, Yi Xian had to return once. Those corpses were worth at least 100 million. However, what made him feel helpless was that the scale of the demonic beast's pursuit this time was too large, and it attracted the attention of many human warriors. When he returned, he already saw many people collecting the materials from the demonic beasts. There's no other way. I can only disguise myself and collect them. In desperation, Yi Xian could only change into a set of black clothes. Although it was broad daylight, he could only do so in order to not let others see his appearance. After changing into a set of black clothes, Yi Xian only revealed his two eyes. He looked at the corpses on the ground and suddenly rushed out. Let me see if anyone can keep up with my speed. Yi Xian thought in his heart and directly rushed to the side of a demonic beast. Then he swallowed it. There were a few human warriors collecting the materials of a 9th level demonic beast in the surroundings. When they saw the corpse of a demonic beast disappear, they were stunned. Big brother, did I see wrongly? The corpse disappeared? Disappeared my ass, that's definitely an interspatial ring. Kill him. An interspatial ring, the cheapest one, costs at least 10 low-grade crystals. If we can get it, we won't have to live a life of bloodshed in the future. Kill. In an instant, those human warriors madly rushed toward Yi Xian. Humph, you want to kill me? Are you prepared to die? Feeling the movement behind him, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and took out the cloud-piercing bow. The golden eagle bow was too eye-catching. If he took it out and used it, it would definitely cause some trouble. Moreover, to kill these warriors who had not even reached the 8th level of martial path, did he need to use a spiritual weapon?